A very good morning to you all here and the rest of the people tuning in live to 8 TV in your respective places of residence, the looms. We welcome you to this special day where we are going to nominate the guild aspirants for the year 2022. We shall begin with an opening prayer from our secretary to the Electoral Commission. Thank you.
Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of our guild aspirants. We pray that this day may be peaceful, and we pray that you may enable us to live this place in harmony and unity. Lord, we pray for those aspirants who are still on their way, that you may protect them, and we pray that this may be a fruitful event. In your mighty name we have prayed.
Thank you very much. With that prayer, I declare the nomination open. I would like to give brief remarks in line with today's event. The people here and the rest of you tuning in online, we kindly implore you today that you show uttermost behavior. Let us respect each other, and above all, let us follow the rules and regulations of the Electoral Commission. We call for peace today. As the Electoral Commission, we do not want to see any chaos around, because our mandate is to have a free and fair election characterized by peace. I want to thank the members that are already here and for keeping time. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, indeed, it is the moment of truth that we've been waiting for. It is a YIT TV. We promised and we are delivering. We ever promised and we didn't anyway. This is the 19th of Jan 2022. We are coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Some say it is the mighty university, and we are about to see that. Now, today we are on the nominations of the Guild Presidential Candidates 2022 of the same university, and we cannot take any other chances but to welcome you to this live broadcast. The first candidate on to be nominated is Mr. Mugeni Justus. He is MLS 4. I'm told that is Medical Lab Science Year 4, and he should be able to get nominated right now. You who is watching, perhaps you need to know that this is going to run like this, and the next candidate is expected at exactly 10 a.m., the other one at 11, and the other one at 12 p.m. Having said that, we can't waste any other time, but only to welcome the candidate, the prospective next Guild President of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. You're welcome. Yes, you is watching. That is Comrade Mugeni Justice signing, and I believe that this could be a successful nomination. And in case that is this as true as perhaps I think it should be, that means he is the first Guild presidential candidate within this race that will be getting nominated. But that is pending verification of the chairman. LEC. We are talking about Must Guild Elections 2022. We are coming to you live from the PLT. I was told it's called pharmacology. Okay, we'll get back to that. Yes, so you're watching ATV, and what you see is the nomination of the 2022 Guild presidential candidates at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We have waited for some time, very, very, very long. COVID-19 came at play, and I believe we missed these moments where you found, anyway, from Comrade Umal serving almost for 2 years, Ikret coming on board, taking it for some good time, and now it is Jan 2022. We can only think we will be getting to this voting our next Guild president. I will take you back to the table of the Electoral Commission to get the word from the final man on this issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankala. We have reviewed Mugeni Justice Chizito's documents, and as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I pronounce him as a duly nominated candidate for the Guild presidential position. Congratulations, and we hope to work with you very well, especially in this time, up to the time that you shall be voted into power. We hope to cooperate with you. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. And over there you see Comrade Justice representing the National Unity Platform is getting nominated. And that is how he's going to be entering this race. How smart. How very, very lucky. He goes first and gets nominated first. We should be able to get a word with him at least in a few minutes. Of course, with the team that came along with him. Comrade Justice, if you don't mind, the viewer would wish to at least share with you the joy. I know it shouldn't be something very, very easy to get nominated to run as a Guild president of a mighty university. You who is watching, in a few minutes we should be able to get in touch with the chairperson Electoral Commission to understand what actually someone has to go through to get nominated. But I assure you, it's never an easy way to go. I'm telling you. Now with me, I get so lucky so often these days, and trusting me, I am seated next to perhaps the next Guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. That is according to how the university, the students of this university, of course, choose. You're so welcome, and congratulations upon being nominated.
Oh, thank you very much.
I think you're already receiving congratulations for some good time. I saw the other day people congratulating you, of course, for carrying the flag. I saw yesterday Comrade Stewart posting you saying, well, let's support this gentleman. You're receiving already the graceful congratulations, or embracing already.
I think the right time to give me the congratulatory messages is not yet right, because the journey has just got started.
Okay.
Yes.
So he says, please, Tojubisa, let's come back now to this. Comrade Justice Mugeni, of course, I know we are going to understand very much about you in the coming Guild presidential debates. But what do you represent? Who is this gentleman before us who just got nominated?
Well, the gentleman before you, ladies and gentlemen, is called Mugeni Justice Kizito. I'm a fourth-year medical student and an aspiring Guild president. This very morning, I'm here to give a proper justification and give you a conviction as to why I should be the next Guild president. A lot has been transpiring in this university, and I'm here as a ray of hope. I'm here to define myself as a ray of hope.
Wow. Saying justification, and that comes from justice, like justice, justification. Very, very pretty over there. Well, what's the joy of getting nominated for this? Is this giving you a chance to finally get to hold this challenge for the Gulu presidential seat?
Actually, I'm very, very much delighted for this momentous occasion. I can't take it for granted. A lot has been transpiring. There are very many efforts that were being made to stop us from being nominated. But God has been in this journey, and I promise you nothing, but I promise you a better victory party.
Wow, victory party over there. Let's have something. I'm so sure the gentleman here or lady watching could be wanting to know what's coming from the headquarters of People Power, Our Power. Talking about congratulations. Okay, you're shaking, and I believe. Okay. Just a line, just a line that includes no, just one line that includes no.
It's fine. National Unity Platform,
yes,
is a political party of all Ugandans. And it's a political party that stands on its ideology of liberating the country. So it's a generational mandate for all of us at least to engage with the party.
Wow. Sounds of a nationalist, sounds of a Pan-Africanist. Thank you very much, Justice. I know you will have quite pretty much time to engage in the Guild presidential debates. Of course, the itching question would be, what's that key thing you're bringing for us? I don't know if you're comfortable answering that here, or we prepare some other time for that. But
no, I can give you a top notch of my manifesto.
Yes,
my manifesto is actually very much elaborate, but I can't use this time to elaborate it more. But there's always that top notch manifesto that I can do even if I was given 1 hour in office. And what is that? I want to redefine the roles of the Guild president. For some of us who have been here, you've been a witness and evidenced how the university has been running. And I'm in this race because I want to redefine what is a Guild president supposed to do. A Guild president is supposed to be a student's advocate. A Guild president is supposed to be someone who's supposed to advocate for the interest of the students and not a liaison plug of the administration. We have been having leaders who instead have been defending the interest of the university. That is so wrong. We students really have to be given some courtesy. I'm in this race because I want to preside actually over an institution whereby the administration doesn't give courtesy and some urgency to issues that are affecting students. We have a lot of pertinent detrimental issues that affect the students, but the university has decided to always give a deaf ear to it. Not until students always rise up to threaten or maybe sort of show some grievances, that's when they respond. So to me, as your next Guild president, I won't preside over an institution whereby the rights of the students, concerns of the students is not given a priority. We are the biggest stakeholders of this university. And so I do believe we should be accorded some courtesy. Thank you very much.
Wow. Sounds of I am coming. You have our goats and we are coming for our goats. I don't know that message, but it goes to... Okay, I won't say. But thank you very much. The people are getting right very, very well your message, and I believe they should be able to embrace. Maybe for the team, are we, by the way, winning this?
Thank you very much.
Are we winning this? It's
so much. Actually, so much. Actually, the last message is the official Kusimbula has already started. Actually, we shall have... We are going to...
Okay.
What I can surely tell you, I call upon all my students at around 11. We shall start our processions. Thank you very much.
Today, right? Yes. Okay, that is what happens at the Mighty University, and I can hear from the background, we already started, and trust me. Yes, we should be able to get the feel of that. You guys, what are you saying? No. We are going way. We are going way, yeah? What are you saying? Trust me, quite impressive over there. We can't wait for the rest of the candidates. Maybe one or two from the supporters. Why perhaps you're supporting justice, and we should be able to get. You ready? Yes, thank you very much. Let's do this. You who is watching, please don't worry. We are going to do this for every other candidate that is going to be marching into this room, and trust me, that is what we do with a YIT TV. Yes. Briefly, why justice?
There is one of the reasons, and I think he has said it, is coming here at Mbarara University. We expect a lot, and actually, we are let down. It's a disservice. We are disserviced at Mbarara University. Why? we see issues at Makerere University, how they are resolved, and we don't want that same way. But here at Mbarara University, the university is using us actually, so that's why we have to support Justice, because we have seen he is the man for this.
He is the man for this. It is the biggest quote we could perhaps get today. And I'm telling you, we are going to be, well, at the end of the day, the mandate comes back to the students, please. Yes, why Justice?
Why Justice? One, Justice is a great personality. Justice is a great personality, one. And he has been a leader even when he was not in office. So coming into this race is to confirm his leadership skills, to come and redefine the roles of the guild leadership at MUST. And we are very welcome and very ready to support him and back him in whatever course he takes. I stay to CJ Patrick, aspirant GRCPHS.
Wow, trust me. If Justice goes through, well, he will need people to work with. And he says he's going to preside over a government or a state of students that actually works for themselves. Well, I don't know that until we actually come to polls. We have some ladies on the team, and we never cease to take that chance. We never cease to take that moment. Why Justo, please?
I'm Helen, and I chose to support Justice for one reason. He's a person of the people. We have seen it, and he has already started working even before he was put into power. So I choose to support someone I'm very sure that he's going to work for us all.
Very, very pretty. Pass it on to her. Yes.
A very good morning to everyone. Yeah, I'm a good fan of Justice One because he's a man capable for that seat. And that means being capable doesn't mean you have to be big bodies or what. No. Being capable, we mean someone who can stand for us students. And for us students, all we need is someone who is supporting us, someone who knows what is good for us. And I don't think, but Justice is the guy suitable for that. So that's why I choose to support him.
Okay, quite a number of reasons, and I believe this is the team that is perhaps going to drive the revolution at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We have, this usually gets to be a moment of, recognition. Someone sits next to the president, and you can't take that for granted. Please, why Justo?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeremiah Chakuraga, the president is man. I choose to support Justice because he's the only man in the race, and he's the only person who knows what students want in this university.
Very, very, very strong message there. He goes by the style of JPAM. We're talking about Mbabazi, the quiet guy, but when he talks, you're sure you need to clap. Now, that is why we are coming to you live, and we can authoritatively report that one of the candidates in the 2022 Guild presidential race at Mbarara University of Science and Technology is none other than Mugeni Justice, getting nominated first, and we are sure he's going to appear on the next ballot paper. Well, all we could do is to say, well, may the best candidate win. Always have to say that, but quite good spirit over there. You who is watching HTV, Sankara Beruhanga is around, and we should be able to take you through the day. The team from Empower Youth in Technology, we have Henry, the producer, around. We have Comrade Zodi Graphics around behind the camera, and we have Hajat Sumaya, who is also going to be helping us in production, kind of. And then we have Comrade Bridget. Bridget is my co-host today, or tonight, I would say, and we should be able to take you through the day. We are watching the Guild presidential nominations we're talking about for Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we are talking about the next government, which will be actually 2022. Justice getting nominated first from MLS, I should say the next candidate should be Okay, the next candidate being Comrade Mugambe Victor. Well, he goes by name Kanakambata. We should be able to understand what actually that means. The last time I checked, that was in Kenzo's song, Kali Kanakambata Ngatekamanyiche Kanalia. And the story, of course, later changed. That is Team Justice moving out, and very, very majestically, they think they could actually push their way. And I'm telling you, that is going to be a decision made by Mbarara University of Science and Technology students. Where we are, this is actually the parliament of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We're talking about Students Guild, the councillors, the guild president. This is the parliament of this mighty university. If this government goes through, this is where they sit usually. Though the only unique with this is that we do not have opposition side and maybe the government side. What we have in here is generally student representatives, and where the EC is seated is actually the speaker's seat. And maybe to inform you that the chairman, Electoral Commission of Mbarara University, the guild constitution puts it right that that will be the current speaker. And when you saw him authoritatively announcing, then you need to trust the process. You don't need to actually doubt and maybe ask yourself what could have been. The Kuritelia, they used to arrive at the chairperson electoral commission for this guild presidential debates. The constitution puts it very right, and that very table there is the seat of the speaker in this very PLT, which is actually the parliament, like I said. Now, I do not know if we are able to pick the sounds outside, but I'm telling you, it's a mode of you know, we are about to go to elections. Vuvuzelas, this is not AFCON, but actually these guys are only getting ready for their candidates and making sure they set the pace of what or how their candidates should be able to move. Maybe to take you through the norm, this day is usually big because it avails the chance to students to know that they will be voting their leaders, but also to tell from the word go who wants it the most. This is where we see students going for rallies, students, you know, calling for at least camps. Well, it's a day generally to tell who wants it the most. Maybe also another day to make sure that, you know, you're pressurized, because at the end of the day, the process is never easy for you to get nominated. And when you go through, then you have all the other reasons to celebrate. We should be able to just take this simple 1 minute break. And when we return, I should be able to come with my comrade Bridget to give a little bit of analysis and maybe of the day, what could be coming. Back to you at the command center, Henry, please.
You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching. The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
Ayit TV, empowering you. You're watching Ayit TV, empowering you.
Yes, thank you very much. Welcome back to this live broadcast over. We are at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we are not there for any other reason but the nominations of the Guild Presidential Candidates 2022 Guild Race. We're talking about the mighty university. Here with me is my co-host tonight, Bridget. You should be able to. I know I'm now becoming unpopular because usually when you come on board, then they only want to listen to you.
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, you could say hi to the viewer, then we push on.
Hello to our viewers. Here we are at MUST. Happy with my co-host. He has been doing it so great and very glad to join him so that we can see how we can drive this to the end.
Okay, wow, and maybe to inform you, Comrade Bridget has been a guild minister at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. That was a minister for
Gender and guidance.
Gender and Guidance. And you don't just get that, by the way. It's another quiet hustle. Last time, did you contest for GRC? I mean, did people vote for you or you were unopposed?
We voted.
So you went through a race. Then that means you're a very, very nice, the best person that could take us through the electoral process of the university. What is it always like? The pressure of, I need students to vote me, fellow students to vote me.
It depends on the strategy that you set. Because to me, it wasn't an easy race, yes?
Yes.
But then the way you talk to your people, the way you convince the voters matters. When you come out with a point, it matters. But if you have no point, then no vote.
Okay.
It puts people on pressure.
Yes.
But then it depends on your strategy.
So if we look into things that students perhaps would quickly consider to give you votes, the things you're talking about, what are maybe a few, like, sort of two reasons a student might really be convinced to give you a vote?
Oh, there are very many things that they consider to give you a vote. But it also depends on what you are contesting for. If you are contesting to be guild president, then that is quite different from someone contesting to be GRC of a certain program. I personally, it was a program, and I think most of the things that were considered were personality, audibility, and how approachable you are.
Are you approachable?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Wow. Okay, so quite a number of them. Personality, how audible you're going to explain to them. Quite maybe a number of issues usually come at play. But let's look at the voting. Are you saying you trust the process at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the voting process? Are you, as someone perhaps who already gone through this?
Yes, I trust the voting process 100% because it's always just. It's always just. Let me talk maybe on behalf of the guild presidents because I was an agent of the former guild president. Yes,
okay.
the outgoing guild president.
Yes.
And I believe that the whole thing is always just. And I trusted the voters. I trusted the whole voting process. Everything was just fair.
Wow. So we expect another fair election this other season. Bridget, one would still ask if something needs to change. Let's look at, for example, your case. The things you promised your voters. Do you say you performed to them? And well, let's first answer that. Yes, let's first answer that.
Sankara,
yes.
Everything that I promised, everything that was in my work plan, I worked so hard, hand in hand with my committee, because I was a minister of gender and guidance, and everything that I had down in my work plan, I put it to practice. And very soon I'll be holding a conference, a women's conference, just in March. And that was the only thing that I was remaining to run. And when I run it, whether I am a minister or not, I feel what I promised has to be put on ground, and I have to be felt even after that.
Well,
That's what we call a leader.
okay, that's what we call a leader indeed. Though, let's look at, at this time there's pomp and everyone is really expectant. I want to be in the guild. I saw the Electoral Commission yesterday released the list of successfully nominated GRCs. And of course, when you see I won't call it noise, but the excitement that we just watched a few minutes ago with the first candidate, guild presidential candidate getting nominated, usually there is too much expectations. I don't know if that is the case when you get there, but what is it like? You contested, you won, you served. What is it like? Is it a pleasure working for the students of Mbarara University? Is it actually worth the excitement that we see today?
I personally, just basing on my own personality and everything, I feel it is what it's not a pleasure, because to me I have my own definition of a leader, and I feel like it's not all about pleasure, but it's all about service and delivery. That is it. Yes, people can jump, can scream, they are always excited, and it's their right, because also just passing through this nomination and everyone is excited, it gives you power, it gives you energy as a candidate. But surprisingly, sometimes when people are into power, they take it as a pleasure. I hope Justice is not going to take it as a pleasure, because I see hope. Because the Wewe team is really strong, and it is expecting victory at the end of the day, at the end of the month. I think come 4th, they are really expecting something very big, and I pray it shouldn't be a pleasure.
Well, that can only be decided upon by the Mbarara University of Science and Technology students. They will choose the next guild president. But what she says, then if in case anyway you go through, this is not about pleasure, it's actually about service. Now let's, you've been in government and of course in one of the hardest times, I would say, the COVID-19 era. If you're to compare with other universities in terms of, now of course you're going out, no one will say you want votes because of privileges, but let's gauge in the privilege kind of. Maybe the student watching needs to know the power of why this guild race becomes comes to be important, or rather not. If you compare with other universities in terms of guild privileges, I mean, we're talking about guild leaders privileges, and what is not yet at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I mean, how is it like? Are we like any better? If, for example, okay, let's come to the region, the universities in the region, the universities in perhaps Mbarara, are we at a bigger advantage serving as a guild president of MUST than maybe any other university around?
What I can say about the privileges of different guild presidents, it's according to the person in power.
Yes.
Because these privileges are there, but then what are your goals, you as a leader? Because sometimes people do not go in for these privileges, and you find they are not even aware about the privileges, or it's a matter of just getting to know which privileges do other universities give to their guild leaders, but at MUST they do not go in to get those privileges. They just act in person. Sometimes they do not fill the whole seat of guild presidency. They just act as a person, just taking it in person, not as acting like the title. And that's how they come to miss out on privileges. But then they are there. They are there. When you are in for them, you get them.
Let's look at a few of them, and what makes you stand out as a guild leader, for example, maybe from the ordinary. Sorry, not ordinary, but from the rest of the students.
For example, the guild representative councillors.
Yes.
There are very many privileges, but anytime I'm asked to talk about this thing, I just feel like I should talk like a leader. these privileges are there because it networks. That's the first thing. According to me, it is a privilege because you are exposed to various things. You are exposed to different people, to the outside world, outside mass. And that creates networks with different people because I personally, I like the time I was organizing beauty pageant at Must, it helped me to connect with different people. Yeah, different friends, Zodi, graphics.
Yeah, he was contesting for Mr. Must.
Yes.
Quite another good race. Yes, yes.
Yes. And some other privileges. Now that I am basing on to build myself, those are the things. Maybe if I told you are going for, let me say, conferences and stuff like that, you are the first priority. Anything in the university, you are the first priority. Anything that comes up, what comes into the mind of the maybe the guild president or even the department leaders, they'll be looking for that guild representative.
Let's get the guild representative. Okay, quite impressive. When we come to the working, and this at a good day, this is supposed to be some training or grooming for the national leadership. At the end of the day, we want to find Bridget in Parliament, perhaps at one point. When it comes at that, because we believe the best. You're not going to find that in class anyway. This is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we are talking about calculations. What you're not going to find it in class. So the chance usually people have to get nurtured in later representing at a national level is this. But when you go into the making, how is it like? Does it actually give you that chance?
It does, 100%, because we always have. When I was, by the way, I was a lady fresher in my year one. Yes, wow. That was the time I joined Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And we used to have different trainings with AFLI.
AFLI meaning?
African Leadership Institute.
Okay.
And that was just a process to groom us into the leaders that we are becoming now. Because all the skills that we got, the mentorship, it was just grooming us for the future. And different people, obviously, we are different. And everyone has their goals. But I have hopes that everyone who had a chance to attend such trainings is a better leader for tomorrow, for the national political leadership. Yes.
So what you say, well, I become a leader and I get exposed to such opportunities. AFLI comes on board and different programs. And I think, of course, you should have been quite unlucky because this period, I do not think perhaps many organizations came on board because perhaps the universities were closed and education institutions were quite off. But I can authoritatively also affirm that quite many opportunities of grooming you international leader usually come with you joining the guild service. Now, let's first leave now that because that's external. Let's come back to internal. For example, how many times did you sit for the guild council in your government? I don't know.
Our guild government, that's for 2021.
Yes.
We did not have many sittings. I think it was just like twice, and then the rest were online.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just because of the pandemic.
Yes, yeah. That's understood.
Home. We're doing online. Everything was online, so we did not have like physical sittings and stuff like that. But then still, Zoom did it good.
Okay. But at the end of the day, well, you realize, in case you ever thought you can represent that county of yours in Parliament, then usually such opportunities, other university give you an edge. You have at least a very good opportunity to engage and grow your capacity or grow your skills in that line. Now, Bridget, as we sort of kind of near our break, what could you be thinking the coming leadership needs to change fast? Is there something you feel, I think we should be able to perform very well, but this needs to change?
A lot should be worked on.
Yes.
Should be improved. And yes, we've always had guild presidents who come on board, when they are still aspirants, and then they do promise lots and lots of things in their manifesto, health sector, education sector, and they are promising us, and then we get to see that yes, there is a future after that. But most times, these things are not worked on. At the moment, we are going to have a new guild government very soon, but I pray they just better what is in place, or they do something better, especially in our health sector. In our health sector, previously we had candidates who promised to bring an ambulance. We had different people.
Well, you are part of that government, by the way. That's a controversy. You're part of that
Yes.
government that promised us an ambulance. And
Yes. You know,
drop a comment, by the way, on that. What happened? Where is our ambulance?
the ambulance,
Yes.
we'll get back to that later. And this is what I'm going to tell us.
Okay.
Wait, Sankara.
The worst
Going to
person
have
I
aspirants.
ever. Yes, 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 yes.
And then they're going to come here and promise heavens on earth.
Mm.
But then, obviously, as a viewer out there, everyone you'll be seeing that this is impossible.
Ah,
This is impossible.
okay.
But I can't say that it is impossible because still, when like the ambulance. That
Yes,
the-
please,
the- the-
please,
that-
please.
The guild, that guild regime. The
Yes,
former
your guild
outgoing.
president, where you served as a cabinet minister.
Yes,
Mm.
it is still on the way. It is still coming. But then, people who are just coming in, just today they are new. They are to be nominated today. I pray they just promise possibilities,
Okay.
not all those impossibilities.
Talking about that, I think I'm curious. Maybe we could make the viewer understand. What's the period of service? How much time do these guys have? Perhaps we could look at that. Could tell us the realistic promises. Perhaps we need to hear from them. How long is this tenure?
I think it is running up to July.
Up to July.
Most probably.
Well,
It is
the
running up to
constitution, the constitution calls for at least 8 months and maybe perhaps above. But realistically, you realize projects like ambulance, even when you're talking about them, perhaps they should come as it is. Tell us that I am going to start on the process of acquiring for you an ambulance. And I believe by the time I leave this government, this is where I would have reached. Maybe I would have collected 14M. 14M, by the way. Yeah, maybe I would have collected that, and perhaps the guild, the next guild cabinet or the next guild president will perhaps pick from there, and maybe in 5 years we should be able to achieve our ambulance. Tell us that, unless otherwise Bridget here believes some impossible promises should be some of the reasons these students may not actually vote you. Talking about that, well, you have a comment on ambulance?
It's not an ambulance.
Yes.
But one thing that I know some other candidates are viewing us right now. They are watching. But then let's be realistic. In everything that we do, let's be realistic.
Okay. So,
Yes, Sankara.
yes.
Because you'll not come here and convince me with such a big dream that I see as impossible. At least tell me that I am just going to give a start. I'm just going to start on this, just to put it in, to start the process. But not telling me that you're going to do it in 8 months' time. That's impossible.
Well, you actually did that some time ago. You supported a candidate that promised you this, and it actually didn't come. But perhaps you voted them because of other reasons, and that's why I want you to share. That's why I want you to share more about quite other reasons these students should consider this within this race. Yes.
About that, the candidates that I supported.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
The candidates.
Quite defensive though, but
Yes,
for,
please,
for,
Sankara.
for the good of the viewer, let's use 1 minute on that, and please let's proceed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apart from that issue of the ambulance, in which has not been put to process and stuff like that, just because of the lockdown, and we have not been having enough time to do all that. But then I know that something is still being cooked down there from the root. And anytime the process will be worked on, even when she's gone.
Okay.
But then, most of her other sectors that she was putting across in her manifesto were all realistic.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's leave what belongs to Caesar to Caesar. Let's come back to the moment we are coming back to the coming. Yeah. Yeah. Let's forget the past. We are sure,
Yes,
of course.
please.
We are sure. A true definition of politics. But again, what should students in this race consider? Of course, we saw Comrade Justice, who has actually been nominated, promising that this time it's a government for students. What should we actually consider? Quite a number of them, of course, but you should be having a few or more.
What we should consider to vote the candidates?
Yes. What's a few reasons students could consider?
You know, many different students consider different reasons to vote their own candidates, because every candidate has their, let me call it a family, has their own family, has their own friends. And sometimes people vote just because we are friends. People do not vote because of capability. They will not vote because of a party, but they will vote on maybe how close they are to you. But then, to me, vote capability.
Okay.
Yes, because
Well, capability, I think.
capability. Yes.
Well, what can I say? Of course, we should be able to continue this discussion. And I'm telling you, to remind you, we're coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. The building is PLT, which is also the parliament to be of the guild candidates. The guild leadership that is coming. I am Sankara Berhanga, and I am featuring Bridget. We should be able to have a short break, and when we return, we should be able to switch to the next candidate that perhaps is getting prepared to get nominated. To remind you that this is someone calls that a process of nominating this guild leadership. And maybe if you are still around in the coming time, we should be able to talk to the Electoral Commission also to share with us the processes or what they are considering to nominate someone. And that is what I am talking about. The next candidate should be Comrade Victor Mugambe Kana Kambata. I'm telling you, this time we have quite impressive names over there. And, politics is about influence, something that is going to influence the voter. Now, let's have this short break. When we return, we should be able to switch back to the Electoral Commission.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
AYIT TV, empowering you. You're watching AYIT TV, empowering you.
I'm a research assistant with HopeNet. HopeNet stands for Health Outcomes, Progressive Entrepreneurship and Social Networks. It's a project sponsored by Global Health Collaborative at MUST. It's under the Faculty of Management Science and Business. It operates in Nyakabare Parish. It's been there for quite a number of years, about 9. Our main objectives were 2: for health improvement and economic empowerment. Under health improvement, we've managed to do 2 things. We've had the health fairs, where we've had free testing for the entire community, including Nyakabare community, even outside. We've so far held 3. We do it.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
AYIT TV, empowering you. You're watching AYIT TV, empowering you.
Okay, thank you very much. You are still watching. It is AIT TV. I'm Sankara Berohanga. We are coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. The PLT is where we are nominating the next good presidential candidates of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite, characterized with pressure and anxiety. People here, of course, you have to sweat a bit, because if you don't get nominated, then you're missing a chance to contest for that hotly contested for position. We're talking about the big seat at the university so far. We are still waiting for candidate Mugambe Victor, who is perhaps, we expected him at exactly 10, though I could authoritatively say he should be able at least only yet to come, because once it clocks to 11, then we should be able to welcome Comrade Beda Witness as the next Guild presidential candidate to get nominated. And maybe to take you through, this process has not just started now. This started quite perhaps a week ago, and we should be able to run through and vote later, early Feb. And we're talking about around there. This is what we know so far. But having that said, I cannot say much if we do not understand very much from the Electoral Commission side. Now, with me here is Comrade
Akampumza Davis.
Okay, Akampumza David. I need to be sure this. Okay, thank you very much. Akampumza David is who you see on your camera, and okay, yes. Akampumza David is Vice Chairperson of Electoral Commission, and we're talking about Master Electoral Commission. You're welcome
Thank
to
you so
HTV.
much.
And perhaps where we could start from is, how is the process so far? Yesterday you released the nominated GRCs. How is the process so far? Have you met any challenges so far, or it is moving as planned?
Well, you know, the process is going on so well.
Yes.
But challenges are always there. But when you have a challenge,
yes,
then you're forced to find a solution.
Oh, you had
And
on.
I can assure you that we are still pressing on, and we are doing our best. And we are doing everything as we had planned.
Okay. So certainly voting dates and all that, certainly they won't change.
They won't change. We
Okay.
assure you that.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Now, let's look at the process you're going through. Before someone gets nominated, what are these few things you're considering?
Well, thank you so much. One of the things, actually, the first foremost thing we look at is that, did you pick the nomination form?
Okay. If you didn't pick, there's no chance of, please, I had forgotten. Please give it to me today.
There's no please. There's actually no please.
Okay.
So when you go through that stage, you have the form, you have filled it, then we get into your form and go through it step by step. The first step is look at your details. Your student name, student number, look at your registration number, the course you do, the contacts. Then after that, we go to your proposer. You must have a proposer who is a student who has enrolled for this academic year. Not, someone can bring a finalist. I can bring maybe the previous guild president.
Or even a sister or brother.
Or my sister or my
Yes.
brother.
Mm.
But for us, we want a student who has enrolled to propose you.
So the proposer is a person who's saying, I think I want this guy to be my guild president.
Exactly.
Our guild president.
Exactly.
Okay.
Then step 3 is that we look at your seconder. We have, the guild president is supposed to have seconders from all the faculties in the university. But there's always one proposer, one seconder. That is the overall. Get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
So did you say proposers are from faculties?
No.
The
proposer is one.
Is one.
Yeah. Then the seconders are from each faculty.
Okay.
But
Okay.
then there's
Okay.
one overall seconder. So we look at their information, their details. They also must be students who have enrolled doing a course at a university and must have not less than an academic year at a university.
Oh, so that means if I fail to get at least each one person from a faculty, I don't qualify to
You don't.
stand.
You don't. How do you? How do you?
Ah.
Because you are going to present the whole university.
Yes.
So meaning you should have people from all over the university.
Okay.
So
that's understood. Mm.
Each faculty should what? Should have 10 seconders. Should get their details, name, registration number, signatures, and a photocopy of their IDs, school IDs. Every
Wow.
faculty. So that means that's a total of 60 seconders plus the overall, that's 61 because we have 6 faculties. That's 10 people from each faculty.
Isn't that quite too much? I mean,
well,
it is easy to get.
It looks too hectic, but I can assure you,
yes,
what you're going to do in that guild office is much more hectic than just 60 signatures.
Okay, quite impressive. and at the end of the day, you need votes from the rest of the students.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, and that's all.
Yeah. Then after that, you also have to pay the nomination fees of a certain amount. The EC set a certain amount. So you also have to clear it. Then after that, we review all the papers and plus your academic documents. Because now, when we come to academics, you are supposed to be a student who does not have an what we call a dead year. In simple terms, you should not have failed more than 25% of your course units. Yes.
Oh God. Did they pay when they were picking nomination?
Yeah, you pay for the nomination form.
Ah, okay. Well, quite there, stringent a bit, but rules are rules, and guild presidential candidature is a race for the men. Anyway, at the end of the day, men have to be men.
True.
Okay, so any of these candidates defaults on any of those clauses, and they won't go through.
They won't. You know, it looks so strict, and you may actually think we are against these people, but look, you are coming as a leader, a
Yes.
student leader.
No,
You
you're of
should
course
lead
you're
by
right.
Example.
You're right, of course.
You should lead by example, and then also these strict rules that we set are supposed to eliminate a certain category of people. You
Wow.
feel you lack something, then you're totally out.
So that is no compromise. Now let's talk about the time. The issue of time. Yeah. Comrade Justice Mugeni was nominated perhaps 40 minutes late. Comrade Kana Kambata, who we expect now, I think, is quite an hour late. What is it like? What's the penalty? He still has around 8 minutes to get to the time of Comrade Beda Witness. What is it? What is up for grabs? What is it going to be like? If I default on time, I don't know, do I have a chance? Or that is another way of saying you're not standing?
Well, you cannot say you are not standing because you don't know what has delayed this person.
Yes.
But if he has been blocked on the way. But what we do is, for us, we stick to our program.
Yes.
When it clocks to 11 like this, we shall receive the candidate who is supposed to come at 11. And we shall take him through the process. And then the candidate who is supposed to be in right now, we are going to have a solution that is beneficial to both the EC and the candidate.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay, that's a great one. And I told you we are waiting for Comrade Mugambe Victor, who is the next guild presidential candidate to be nominated. Goes by the other name Kana Kambata, and I don't know if that's the pace he's moving at, but that's on a lighter note. Now, let's look at the processes that will follow here. The EC, once you nominate someone, perhaps we now know their candidates, but okay, what could be the process that is coming next?
Well, after nomination, a candidate you are set free to to go out there and campaign. But mind you, you consider the COVID-19 SOPs.
Mm.
You're not supposed to gather people. You are supposed to have a limited number of people, sanitize, mask on, and all that. But the major importance of the nomination is to now officially let the candidate go out there and gather the votes.
Ah.
Exactly.
So in the process of campaigns, could there be some rules that are going to guide the nominated candidates while they carry out their campaigns? Are there some, rules? Don't do this. You can only do this. Could we have such rules?
Yes, the rules still stand.
Mm.
The rules are there. Number one is that when you're pinning your posters,
Yes.
your banners, whatever you have, you are not supposed to put your posters everywhere you want. That's totally wrong, and we actually penalize that. We gazette places where you're supposed to put up your posters, your banners, everything. And also, secondly, is that while campaigning, you must follow a program so that you don't collide with your opponent in a specific residence. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we don't want to have a situation whereby I am campaigning, let's say, among BBS students in their lecture room, and then you're also there at the same time. So we also set rules to guide that. And then also, candidates are not supposed to gather people. They're not supposed to make open air campaigns because we are still under COVID times. Yes.
Okay, of course, the question of COVID-19 is still at large, though at the national level, of course, we see the EC designing roadmaps and candidate X is expected here, though, of course, for a metropolitan kind of setup at the university, we might not really have to go for that. Though, could there be sort of penalties in case anyone goes against that? For example, if I make my open rally, what is going to happen to me?
Yes, the rules are very clear.
Mm.
Actually, when we give you the form, we actually give it to you with the rules and regulations.
Yes.
And you sign against them that you agree to always follow the rules and regulations. So the penalty is we disqualify you. It's
Okay.
as simple as that.
Wow. Quite strict over there, but also the game of rules has to be rules, because without them we become savage. That is what I read in my literature, the Lord of the Flies book novel. Now, quite a number of course, questions would be flowing in, especially to do with processes that are coming. But let's roll now back to the roadmap of Electoral Commission. What coming activities are we able to give enough opportunity to these guys to garner votes from their comrades? What is coming here?
Yeah, next on our program is having the campaigns for these guild aspirants start. That is strictly from today. Tomorrow we are going to upload a list or post a list of these duly nominated guild presidents.
Yes.
Friday we have GRC and GRC elections. GRC and GRC secretary elections on Friday. And they also happen. Then next week and the other week to come, we are going to have radio debates, TV debates for these guild presidents, and we shall wrap all this with the voting, which is scheduled to be 4th of February. Yeah, and
Okay.
trust me, on 4th, after voting, we shall announce the winners.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, before we let you go, there are must affiliates, campuses that are affiliated to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I understand there's one in Blago and another in what is it, Bwindi? Jinja, okay. Previously, we have heard them complain that they do not fully participate in this kind of process. Though, while I know for this kind of situation is kind of hectic, but is there some level of getting them involved in this process?
First and foremost, I would like to extend our sincere apologies to those campuses, because you realize the electoral process has been so short.
Yes, yes.
So short than any other electoral process that has happened before.
Mm.
And our initial plan was to have these people on board and let them also exercise their rights as Mbarara University students, though they are away from the main branch of Mbarara University. But because of the short schedule that we had and the resources, we decided to have them next time.
Ah, okay. It's really understandable. I mean, one could actually understand this because institutions are just getting to be opened once again. They are still sorting themselves, and well, we should be able to get their involvement perhaps coming. Finally, take you a little bit back. Yesterday, we saw some vacant positions that still need people to get, to apply for them, I would say. What's the plan like? What's the deadline? Or what if no one shows up for them?
I want to assure you that actually 80% of those vacant posts have been taken right
within
now.
hours. Ah, okay. Quite impressive.
Right now.
What are those 20% that
The
are not yet?
20% is it involves the GRC of people with disabilities.
Yes.
And then also the GRC of postgraduate.
Okay. So a few questions were up yesterday when the list came out. About the international students representative who got nominated and was as a Kamjisha, yes. Comrade Kamjisha got nominated as a GRC for international students, and it kind of brought in questions. How is it that? What do you have to say about that?
Well, I want to tell the listeners that, plus the viewers, that the issue of Kamjisha is being looked into, and we are trying to engage with the Office of the International Affairs in the university, because I am sure you well know that a Rwandan can be called Kamjisha.
Yeah, very well.
But I want to tell the viewers that we are going to sort everything.
Okay.
Yes.
And maybe to put that also right, I served in a government where we had a minister for international affairs, and he was a Muhirwe Amon. Yes, he was a Muhirwe Amon from here, though of course with background in Rwanda, and he, all parents born and raised in Rwanda, but the issue of the name actually didn't come at play. But of course, the public is very right to arise on that matter, and it's of course upon us to clear the air. And we can, of course, wait for that. Now, that same issue is going to come on the GRC for PWs. Quite a number of disabilities one could have. I would say I'm short, and I want to represent all guys that are not as tall as...
Really?
Yeah. Yes, yeah. It's a disability.
I don't think being short is a disability.
Okay, but I hope this time you're keen. Okay. Thank you very much. It is the Electoral Commission Vice Chairperson. We are talking about Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And we're warming up for the next hotly contested Guild Presidential election at the mighty university. Sankara Berohanga, EAT TV, Henry is behind the production, Zodi Graphics behind the camera, and we have Comrade Sumaya, who is also should be able to come through to help in the production process. But also Bridget is at the center where we're nominating these candidates from. Now we're going to take another short break. We return shortly. Maybe to remind you that at 10, we expected Comrade Victor Mugambe, who has not even at this time showed up. Maybe could be having a few issues to sort there. We just had the process. It's not a process that you just consider easy for you. But let's have this short break. When we return, we are going back we are going to take you. I'm getting reliably informed that we are perhaps going to consider. We're going to proceed to the next person, because 11 a.m. is going to be our comrade Beda Witness. And I'm telling you, that is what we can authoritatively report over and now. Let's have this short break. We should be able to come back.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
AIT TV, empowering you.
I greet you all, freshmen and women of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I take this singular opportunity to welcome you to the famous university. This is our university. As its name states, it's a University of Science and Technology. It's a university that first and foremost promotes the development, innovation of technology to solve problems in our society and in the community, but not only locally, but internationally. Mbarara University was started in 1989, and over the years, it has continued to excel year by year. As you'll find out, you did not make a mistake by choosing to join this university. We have different faculties, but it is sometimes difficult to note which faculty has which students because of the interaction that takes place between and within the student community. We are grateful for your coming to join Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Your deliberate decision to come and join us is one measure of assurance to us. You have assured us that indeed you came here because of the quality of education that we offer. And therefore, by the time you leave this university, you'll be contributing to the gallant graduates that we produce from this university. I must say that you are almost assured of immediate employment when you qualify from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Your enthusiasm with which you will be participating in academic activities, your dedication to working towards the achievement of your academic goals will guarantee that you come out a well-refined product from this university. The fruit is very low. It is for you to pick. There is no other level of persuasion we can give you. As management, we shall give you all the support that you need from us. You will therefore find that there is nothing left for you to long for. As a university, you will note that we have two campuses. We have the town campus, which houses a number of faculties, including the great Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Science, Faculty of Computing, which now is being constructed at the Chiomoro campus, and the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies and that of Business Management Sciences. At Chiomoro, we have the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. If you will take opportunity to visit the units, the faculties, you will notice that we have state-of-the-art laboratories, which is going to enhance your learning environment. At Chiomoro, we have a fantastic laboratory which has been constructed to support the programs in the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. We also have a state-of-the-art library constructed at the Chiomoro campus. But that does not say that we don't have an equally well-stocked and well-established library at the town campus. Equally, laboratories at the town campus, which is dealing with the sciences. We have restocked the equipment in these laboratories to improve learning and teaching, and also to make room for those who are interested in doing research. In addition, this university has embarked on innovation and technology. We have the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, which is now housing the Innovation Center. Initially, it used to be referred to as CAMTech. This is the Consortium of Affordable Medical Technologies. This is a hub in which innovations for supporting healthcare technologies is being done. So we encourage you to participate in activities that are going to be called every year. And we know that it is student research ideas that have been realized as innovations in this university. In addition, we are continuing to expand the teaching space. For those who are going to be in the Chomol campus, we have.
My name is Anani Choncho. I'm a research assistant with HopeNet. HopeNet stands for Health Outcomes. My name is Anani Choncho. Progressive Entrepreneurship and Social Networks. It's a project sponsored by Global Health Collaborative at MAST. It's under the Faculty of Management Science and Business. It operates in Nyakabare Parish. It's been there for quite a number of years, about 9. Our main objectives were 2, for health improvement and economic empowerment. Under health improvement, we've managed to do 2 things. We've had the health fairs where we've had free testing for the entire community, including Nyakabare community, even outside. We've so far held 3. We do it after every 2 years. We've tested people for several diseases. After people getting to know their statuses, we connect them to health centers where they can continue getting health services. And again, under health improvement, we have built a water project. We've built water tanks. People got chickens in families. The families that got chickens were able to share their skills with their neighbors. And from chickens, they got money, which improved their source of income at family levels and also improved their skills. When we got the challenge of COVID, we were not able to access the community because of the SOPs that were put in place. So we resorted to working under we used phone calls to reach out to our participants, to reach out to our community. And we designed a sensitization questionnaire. And again, we also accessed their awareness levels. We got to know about the awareness levels. Some had the traditional beliefs of COVID being a lie, that it wasn't in place. COVID being linked to flu, the common flu. And when it came to being vaccinated, people thought the vaccine was dangerous, the vaccine was not real, the vaccine was not going to help. But as we collected data in phases, now in our last phase, we get to realize that as we continued sensitizing them and assessing them, we realized that their awareness levels have improved, their perceptions have improved. Some people have got their jabs already. Even those who thought the jabs would kill them, would have adverse effects in future, have now changed. They are saying actually they are waiting for the vaccine to be available in large quantities so that they access it. We really feel HopeNet has brought hope to people. They believe in our work. They appreciate the changes that it has brought to the community. We feel the years we've been there have made a really great impact in their health, in the cleanliness of the community. Sanitation has improved, in their business skills. People are doing great businesses. The chicken coop connected them to markets. They've learned to work in groups. Now they went ahead to do even other businesses in groups, and that started from the chickens being done in groups. So we feel our project has really done great. We appreciate our sponsors from the GHC, the Global Health Collaborative. It has really helped that community, and they are expressing their gratitude and requesting for more to be brought to their community and even to be extended to bigger communities because it has really done great.
I'm Alex Tunomhoes, the Industry and Community Engagement Program Coordinator in the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences at MUST. The Faculty of Business and Management Sciences was established by Mbarara University of Science and Technology in October 2016. As a faculty, we believe that business degrees should include genuine experience of today's business domain for future sustainability. We therefore offer students who are enrolled in the faculty's degree programs an opportunity to work for a leading firm or organization through our industry and community engagement program. Hence, all our programs are community and business development oriented and aim at imparting self-reliance and employability skills in the areas of accounting and finance, economics, human resource management, marketing and procurement, and supply chain management. Over the years, learning in class without exposing students to practical experience renders theoretical knowledge abstract and obscure. Most industries have often challenged universities in producing graduates that are theoretically adept but have less practical skills. So our industry and community engagement program spans the whole country, and we have partnerships with the leading businesses, development organizations, districts, ministries, and businesses. This is mainly aimed at providing the students with the hands-on real-life experience and career identity in settings similar to those they will be working in upon completion of their training at the university. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've not stopped operating. Our industry and community engagement program has continued, though with challenges, but through our partnerships with the leading organizations, we've adopted two types of internship, the physical and the virtual. For some organizations which offered our students physical internships, we encouraged our students to observe the SOPs, and those which required the students to be vaccinated through our partnership with Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. They got the jabs and they are doing internship physically. Then we have a group where organizations couldn't allow them to do physical internships. They've been able to do it virtually, and as a faculty, we have a strong and committed team of supervisors that is doing both the physical and the virtual internship. In addition to the industry and community engagement program through internships, we have study tours for all the students enrolled in the faculty. I thank you so much for your time.
While at Mbarara University of Science and Technology for my bachelor's and master's program, we received an all-round training, and this training empowered us to be resilient and persistent in whatever we were doing. And also the broad perspective of science and the different fields of application of physics that were taught and we learned were a good foundation to our current status, and particularly for my case. So today I stand out as the first female with a PhD in astrophysics that was obtained in Uganda, if not in East Africa as a whole. And I'm proud to have joined Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
So I'm Dr. Juliet Mwanga. I'm PA, Associate Professor of Pediatrics and Child Health at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, as well as the Director of Epicenter Research Center in Mbarara. I am an alumnus, a proud alumnus of MAS. Actually, we were the first group, in the first intake in 1989. We were, I think, only 40 students. But it worked out our advantage because we were few, and a lot of attention was paid to us, really. And that was very important to make us what we are today. So we have grown up together, working together. Wherever everyone is, we know where every other person is. Okay, so in our life, we have seen two vice chancellors at Mbarara University. The first vice chancellor was Professor Frederick Kayanja, brought us up, and made us doctors, and put in us certain principles that have supported us, to grow. The current Vice Chancellor continues to mentor us also, in research, in having pride in our university and taking it to different heights. The current university, that is Professor Celestino Obua. I'm proud to say that we are working together very closely, and he supports me very much here at Epicenter. He has sponsored different people in PhDs, including myself, and we are very grateful for that.
My name is Katuja Lauben. I'm an intern pharmacist at Mbarara Regional Faro Hospital. I feel very happy, very overjoyed, and very proud to be an alumnus of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, MUST. I joined MUST in 2016 to pursue a course in Bachelor of Pharmacy, which I completed in 2020, after which I came for my internship in this hospital. I'm very proud of the education at MUST. The training is very robust, very practical, very learner-centered, and I can testify as a graduate of MUST, I've been able to competently carry on my internship training. I feel proud and encourage senior 6 students and all those that wish to pursue bachelor's education, master's, and PhD education think of MUST first before they think of any other academic institution.
So my name is Anna Nachirabira, and I'm a graduate nurse from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I went to Mbarara University in 2015 and finished in 2019. And while there, I pursued a bachelor's degree in Science in Nursing. I then pursued my medical internship 2019 to 2020. Currently, I'm working at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital and MUST, that is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, under the Division of Neurosurgery as a research nurse. Yeah, going to MUST molded me, I must say. My social life was one of the things that was outstanding for me. Academically, I must say that as a research nurse, I'm very competent about what I do in the project, because at my undergraduate, I had research methods and a research course that helped me get skills that I'm now molding much more in what I'm practicing currently. I must say I appeal anyone out there who wants to join the MUST community that it is one place that everyone deserves to be in, because you will not leave as you came. Trust me, there is a difference.
My name is Joseph Ngonzi. I'm an alumnus of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I joined this enviable university about 21 years ago as a medical student, and I studied through the program of Bachelor of Surgery and Bachelor of Medicine. As a student, I got engaged in different areas of exposure. I was blessed to have great teachers who are very committed to us as students. You would clearly see their enviable dedication to making sure that we are shaped well. I also involved myself in leadership activities and eventually became the guild president as a medical student during undergraduate times. I finished my first degree and immediately enrolled for a master's degree in obstetrics and gynecology. I was inspired by my teachers, people like Dr. Waswa and many others, and I discovered that going away would be a great loss. I decided to remain and I trained, and after those 3 years, I was retained in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology in the Faculty of Medicine. Please never miss an opportunity to study from the great university called Mbarara University of Science and Technology. They are teachers that you will never regret having met.
My name is Konjit Ababa. I am from Ethiopia. I am a second year postgraduate student in Masters of Pharmacy in Clinical Pharmacy. So why I chose Uganda than Ethiopia? Honestly speaking, I didn't know anything about Mbarara University of Science and Technology at first, but in the place, in the university I used to work, I had a colleague who was doing his PhD from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and he was the one who told me about the Mbarara University of Science and Technology and the clinical pharmacy practice offered here, that how the course is provided by the best lecturers. He told me about the facility and also like the library, the laboratory, and every good thing about the university. And he told me that there is a scholarship that is offered by Farm by Truck project. And so after I heard about that scholarship, I applied for the scholarship and I got accepted. So basically, that's why I came to Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
I am Mvuyo Makawe Sikonze. I'm from Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. So one of the inspirations I got for coming to MUST was through working with Ugandan specialist surgeons in Eswatini who were actually there for some time, and I was inspired by the way they worked while I was attached with them at Mbabane Government Hospital. And it was a great experience, and seeing the way they worked inspired me to also come to decide to come to MUST to pursue my dream of being a surgeon.
My name is Mastura Bobakar. I'm a Tanzanian doing masters in dermatology. I got to know this university from a friend who I admired the hands-on skills, which was so good, and she had a lot of information. So I asked her where she did that, and she mentioned the university. And when I got here, I appreciated the knowledge they have, the skill they give us, the friendly way of teaching, and they have given us so much information on time and helped us in so many skills that we have. So I'm sure now if I go out there, I will be a good representative of Mbarara University, and I'll have too much of the skills and knowledge.
I was offered a 24-month scholarship, but thank God after I came here, like I loved almost everything about the university, Like the lecturers, like they are the best, and then the facility, the people, the food, the environment, everything was very nice, and every people around me was very good to me. So yeah, I loved it. And also, what makes it special from Ethiopia here is that in Ethiopia, when you enroll in a clinical pharmacy, you don't get to choose your major. Like you don't get to choose whether you want to specialize in internal medicine, oncology, or surgery. There is no such thing in Ethiopia. But here, I get to choose the major I want to specialize in. Yeah.
So my name is Dr. Kariuki Evanson, and I come from Kenya, practicing in a county called Bungoma County as a pharmacist. When I wanted to choose a program for my master's, I had this passion for clinical pharmacy program, which is actually offered in 3 universities in East Africa. That is the Nairobi University, it's Moi University, and Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So as an aspiring student of a master's program, you do a lot of searching, you check around, you check the curriculums, you compare so many things, and it so happened that Mbarara University of Science and Technology turned out to be my best option. Why Mbarara University? One, I have a very good history with Uganda. My first encounter with Uganda is as a young boy when I was doing my A-level. I excelled well, admitted to Makerere University for my bachelor's, and trust me, the way I was received in Uganda made me fall in love with Uganda. Moving around Uganda itself made me fall in love more with the beauty of this part of Africa. So having that background in mind and connecting to the search for the program or the best institution for the program, I made a visit to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And the first person to encounter in the program was the course coordinator, Professor Robert Tamukong, who quite impressed me. He is such a gentleman who has a passion for the program and could explain it to me in a detail that I wanted to hear. And that really made me feel that this was the best place with the best facilities, with the best facilitators, and the best environment for me to do my master's program, compared to the other 2 institutions I've talked about.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
HTV, empowering you.
I greet you all, freshmen and women of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. I take this singular opportunity to welcome you to...
Okay, wow, thank you very much. We still watching A8 TV. We are still at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. What you just watched is why actually you need to come to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite a number of officials from Mbarara University of Science and Technology were telling you quite a number of reasons why you may need to join this university, because that's why we refer to it as the mighty university. Now, we are still nominating guild presidential candidates for the next race. I'm telling you, we want to know who will be the next guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. But before that, we need to vet and know actually who wants it most. And that's why we usually remain with just a number of people out of thousands of students. Now, coming next should be Comrade Beda Witness. we have seen yellow colors on his posters, and we can authoritatively say at least he is affiliated to the National Resistance Movement, NRM, which is the national actually party that is in leadership. And last time when we hosted the Chairperson Electoral Commission, that is very, very fine. You could belong to any party that you wish, as long as that party gave you that flag and you're representing them formally. The Master Electoral Commission has got nothing to do with political parties and whatever happens there. All we're interested in here are students, and as long as you go through the vetting process, then you qualify to stand for the Must Guild President 2022. Now, the coming guy is a fourth-year biomedical engineering student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. This course is done at Chihumuro campus. You who do not know the campus, then you need to be sure that, well, as you head to Bushenyi, just past 4 miles, that is what I say, or I understand, is where you're going to be finding this campus. And the gentleman studies there, biomedical engineering, and he is in his 4th year at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. But before that, he's been serving as the Deputy Prime Minister at the same university in the outgoing government. This is what makes him unique from these candidates. He has been serving as the Deputy Prime Minister, and maybe to tell you, that one deputizes someone who is in charge of the guild government business. And just like we have the Prime Minister at the national level, this gentleman, every other property that is owned by the guild president, the business that the guild president is, I mean the guild itself, the guild cabinet is going to go through. This gentleman is in charge. Now, of course, before becoming or before getting appointed the Prime Minister, he was the GRC for Chihumuro. Is it Chihumuro Gents? Wow. He was a good representative councillor for the campus that I just talked about. But maybe to run back a few years way back, he did his primary from St. Marie Goret Primary School, and later went for St. Paul's Seminary for 6 years. We are not talking about anyone else but Beda Witness. Shall we witness him getting nominated? That's a question I can authoritatively say, obviously, because the HTV is coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and he is the next guy to get nominated. Earlier before, we expected Comrade Mugambe Victor, goes by a nickname, Kana Kambata. Of course, with a few issues, you know, we hosted the chairperson EC, and it's quite a number of things that one needs to actually clear before getting nominated. Quite a few issues, obviously, just like any other normal human being. But I can authoritatively again assure you that he's going to get nominated. Absolutely. Perhaps after Comrade Muyanja Isaac later today. Now, we could assure you also that Comrade Beda Witness is in the building. The person you see on the screen, very, very, very pretty in the colors of the National Resistance Movement, and that is the gentleman over there. I was told that people in glasses, by the way, quite intelligence, kind of intelligence they carry there, and we, of course, can only affirm that when it comes to the guild presidential debates that are coming. Is he the right man for the seat? But before that, before we talk about all that, the gentleman has to be nominated, and we have to be sure he qualifies to actually stand. Quite a number of supporters are coming together with him, and this is what we always get. Like the Vice Chairperson Electoral Commission guided previously, there are a few people that you may need to come within, and the process is actually quite a number. Now, we won't waste any other time. I should be able to take you to the Electoral Commission table where Comrade Beda Witness is preparing to get nominated. And sorry about that. Sorry about that. Very, very crucial glitch over there. Quite a number of supporters continue to come on board. Now, Comrade Beda Witness, this is your chance for the viewer out there to see you getting nominated. And this is where you march very pretty smart to the table of the Electoral Commission. Please. Over there, quite gentle, and trust me, if we asked about the other basics of a leader, he shows them by the looks. And I'm telling you, this is what it means to contest for Guild presidential candidature here at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Maybe if, in case you just joined us, the gentleman you see on your screen who is just yet about to get nominated is Beda Witness, who is a fourth-year student of biomedical engineering, and this is housed at Chihumuro campus. But we are talking about the mighty university, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He's a former deputy prime minister, quite a number of achievements, and GRC for Chihumuro gents. Those people trusted him, of course. That's why he is again coming to represent them as the guild president, and quite sure perhaps they have quite a number of reasons to have him stand. Maybe to again report that before you actually come to this process, then at least you have a number of students endorsing you from each faculty, and trust me, by the time you come here, then you are already trusted. The gentleman went for St. Maria Goretti Primary School before joining St. Paul Seminary for 6 years, and after that, he could only come to the mighty university, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, the university he believes he can actually change through his leadership. And I'm telling you, that is Beda Witness. Let's witness this. Is he going to be actually nominated, or we wait for another time? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, you who is watching the Yate TV. Sankara Beruhanga, we are coming to you live again from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We are in the PLT. I told you where we are is the Parliament of Mast Students Guild Representatives. Veroste 256, thank you very much for watching. You say you're enjoying this. Hamza, you say, well, Akamumpa Dorin, live at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. All the best to our dear presidential candidates, and we hope for the best. You again say this is really interesting. Special thanks to Electoral Committee, accompanied at Dorin aspiring GRC Secretary for BIT. Thank you very much for watching. James Miller, thank you. Shadrach Kansime, thanks for the broadcast. I really appreciate the services rendered. Quite a number of them. Keep them coming. And what you see on your screen, Comrade Beda Witness signing over there. And we could authoritatively say that you and I, we just witnessed him getting nominated. But that is not, that is still at large until the Chairperson Electoral Commission declares him as a duly nominated presidential candidate for this 2022 guild race. Now, in case you just joined, please inform your friend that we actually live on YouTube and Facebook. All you have to search for is a Yeet TV, and this is exclusive coverage of the Must Guild Decides 2022. Comrade Beda, I want to believe, has been nominated, and for that, I will take you to the Electoral Commission table to hear whether we actually have him in the race or not.
Thank you very much. One, Mr. Ankara. As the Chairperson Electoral Commission, I declare Beda Witness as a duly nominated candidate for Guild President 2022. Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. I'm telling you, that is the sign of a victory, for example, because there you win to actually contest in this hotly contested Guild presidential race for the university that has been here for 30 years plus. And that means a lot because it is the mighty university. Second to Uganda, but when you met, in case you meet Professor Charles Kazoba, we are perhaps number one. Comrade Beda Witness, for example, maybe, hello? Yes, for example, maybe the viewer could be wanting to hear or share joy with you after getting nominated. We could have just one or two. You share the joy of getting nominated and able already to actually contest in this guild race at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Of course, we are so glad you are watching this, and very, very pretty over there. Quite a number of fans, supporters. We should be able to come to you some shortly. I would request you could actually keep around a bit, just a bit, yes. Okay, I'm telling you, it's a race of men, and here is another man, Comrade Beda. You're welcome to ETV. You could say hi to the viewer.
Hi, the viewers of ETV. My name is Witness Beda, and I have decided, to the best of my knowledge, to embrace the mantle to lead Mbarara University of Science and Technology as the team leader of the Students' Guild. It's the decision that I have taken, and I'm very determined to deliver on my burden.
Wow, thank you very much. Very determined. Sounds very authoritative. Sounds very, very, very sure. Now, this is, of course, to congratulate you for being nominated to run this race. How is it like? How is it like? You know, now it's official, you must contest for this guild race. How does it feel like?
Of course, for anyone participating in a race,
Yes.
actually competing in a race, and
Yes.
going for the position with 100% determination to win, you have the hope, and you show it by bringing out your full potential to actually win the race. You do the best you can to make sure what you stand for actually is endorsed by being voted into power. So unless you win,
yes,
all that you stand for really counts for nothing. So I have come for this. It's a race that I'm going to give my best, and I hope to win.
Well, talking about the race and winning, what do you make of this race? Is it a competition that you're in with your colleagues, or perhaps an opportunity for you to serve students? What do you make of this?
It's interesting that for someone to be a leader, they have to be ushered into that position by running in a political race.
Yes.
For you to become a leader, you have to be subjected to politics and run in a race and become the leading person in the race. And that's what qualifies you as the leader of any group of people, unless it's by appointment. So I'm participating in this race. I have come with full energy, full potential, and I believe I'm going to be the winner of the race and the guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology for the year 2022.
Very, very heavy belief over there, and he says determined to get to the office, but he respects the power of students because he says those are the guys that will get him there. Now, that's very, very impressive. One would quickly want to know, though you are still at liberty because we are having coming debates, is there like particular kind of issues you believe this that are, you know, leading, or they are, you know, the top notch of your manifesto? These things you feel this is the major reason I should actually become the next guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology?
On a number of occasions, I've used an analogy of low-hanging fruits to describe my manifesto. I want to address, to start with, things that can be achieved, that are very achievable, but which usually go as an oversight.
Yes.
So I have come basically to better the students' welfare at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And I come with the passion. I come very determined to make sure these things are done. People have been telling me, you see, you people tell us this, and you never fulfill. But I think one thing that lacks, one ingredient that lacks in people's desire to serve is the determination. Yeah. If you want to do something, if you have one reason to do it, then the reason should be passion. And if you have a list of reasons why you need to do that, then passion must be one of them. And I'm passionate about the things that I stand for, and I believe I am going to implement them. I believe the students' welfare will go for the better, will shoot for the better.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, quite impressive there. He is better for welfare. He says it's for students' welfare, but also to push the values he believes in as though they are right. Now, as we end this, let's echo again the sounds of your slogan, please.
My slogan is service for impact.
Service for impact. And this is going to be, we are about to witness impact-oriented leadership. In case Mbarara University of Science and Technology students actually choose to give it to Beda Witness. Finally, to your voters, are we winning this?
My voters, we are winning this.
Wow.
It's either a win or a win for us.
Okay. Wow.
Stay determined, stay aligned to the purpose. Come forth. We are being declared the winners later that evening. Thank you very much.
Well, there's a comment that dropped in wanting you to affirm whether you are actually representing National Resistance Movement. How about that?
Yes, I am representing the National Resistance Movement, and I must say I am proud to have been chosen to represent the biggest brand in the country.
Okay, wow, thank you very much. I'm telling you, Must Kuntiko, and this is Beda Witness for you, representing or under the ticket of NRM official candidate. And trust me, as we head for these polls, then he is the man to watch if you are actually the NRM guy. But at the end of the day, he says he gives it to students. It is the power of students, and he believes he has values that he's going to follow. And you talked about raw hanging fruits.
Yeah,
Is
as
it-
an analogy to
Yes.
represent things that are very achievable,
Oh.
but which we usually actually leave to go as oversights.
Okay, wow, thank you very much. And I want to believe that is to take us to the national level. Shake a bit and we get more fruits for Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Of course, a lot is going to be coming in the Guild presidential debates that are about to start. I understand you have been the Deputy Prime Minister and perhaps you have yourself a package of achievements that you made. And these guys are going to, of course, have to share about
there is
that.
quite a number.
Wow.
There's quite a number of achievements I've made.
Obviously.
And my desire to run is actually one that seeks to even achieve a lot more, to get more power, expand my jurisdiction, and achieve a lot more from Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
Okay. Wow. I have to remind you that before you come to this level, then all faculties have to endorse you. And that means you are already trusted to lead these students. Thank you very much, comrade. I hope that the best candidate can win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, wow. And that is Beda Witness for you who just got nominated right now. We could be wanting to grab a chance to talk to your supporters. That is if you actually allow us.
Yeah, it's very okay. You can talk to my
Okay.
supporters.
Wow, thank you very much. I told you we are coming to you live from the To Be Must Guild Council Parliament, and where you see me stand, this is the arrangement. I'm telling you, in case you're there and you ever thought of joining Mbarara University of Science and Technology, this is actually another reason you should join. Where do you get this? Where in Uganda do you get this parliament? And this is why these guys are actually considering to run and be at the mantle of running this another yet very, very serious parliament for you. Now, quite unfortunate that other supporters moved out. Do not actually think that he came with only these. Quite a number of them moved outside, but I should be able to take this chance to understand why should we give it to Beda?
Well, thank you very much.
Your name's?
I'm Kasiga Zilini Rutekanga, a student at Mass doing biomedical engineering.
Yes.
And right now, I'm filled with joy that my candidate, Mr. Beda Witness, has been duly nominated. I do hope and expect much from him because he has been a good leader at MUST, and not only at MUST, but right away from high school. He has served, I can say, the nation. If he has done it for the nation, why not for the small community like MUST? So I think he won't face any burden to serve MUST because he has been serving the nation in other aspects. I thank you.
Wow. He says he chooses him because he is the leader he has seen and tested and trusted, and he believes he is the best guy for the big seat. Please, why should we give it to Witness?
Okay, thank you. My name is Eliot Mwesije. I'm a student of MUST doing biomedical engineering. I believe Mr. Beda Witness can serve MUST for his best because he has tested himself, he has served in many aspects, and he has achieved many of the things for us. And he is a man of vision.
Okay. What could be some of the things you think he's going to solve? Current challenges that you think Witness is about to solve in case the students decide to give him the seat?
Okay. Most of the challenges us as students that we are facing is welfare of MUST is not very well okay. And I believe if he's voted into power, he can sort it. And most of the even problems arise as he is serving. So we shall be raising most of our problems that we shall face. And I believe he can solve them successfully.
Okay. Welfare comes and again tops the list. You could help me pass it on. Help me pass it on. The smartest around, clad in yellow, though a little bit of red, but at least 80% of that is yellow, and we just got affirmation from the candidate that he's actually representing National Resistance Movement, the NRM, as the party candidate. Yes, why should we give it to Beda?
Marius,
I'm Marius Bigomisho, the student of Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
Yes.
I do computer engineering year 4. And personally, I'm here for Beda Witness because I've been with Beda Witness for 4 years in Mbarara University, and I've been seeing his working tactics. I've watched him closely, and I've stood on to even try to look into his manifesto. He really has what it takes to be a leader of Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
Wow, quite impressive. As students of engineering, did you say computer engineering?
Yes, computer engineering.
Okay. Do you think Beda Witness has for you something particularly?
Yes.
As students of computer engineering?
Yes, quite a lot. Actually, as the engineering faculty in Chumro,
Yes.
If Beda Witness can be selected as the guild president of MUST, I think he has also witnessed the challenges we are having in Chumro as a faculty. So as the person who has been there, there's quite a lot he can do for us.
Okay.
Yes.
Quite impressive over there. He believes Beda Witness, Comrade Beda Witness, who is now, by the way, a duly nominated candidate that is going to be taking part in this race, in a hotly contested race to become the next guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. He says we have witnessed him do things, and we believe Witness can still become our guild president and actually do. Thank you very much. That is how we say bye-bye to Comrade Beda Witness, and it's another time for him to, again, of course, officially start campaigns, and voting shall be by the students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Who are the bosses in this case? We are running, of course, with time. The next candidate we expect to get nominated over here is Comrade Isaac Muyanja. Is it so? Yes, because we have four of them who picked nominations, and just like the vice chairperson electoral commission put it right, someone who didn't pick the nomination then might actually not qualify to contest. So we are sure there are only 4 coming, and so far 2 have been nominated. We expect Isaac Muyanja next to get nominated, and then later perhaps Victor Mugambe could finally get on the list too. Maybe to remind you who just joined us, this is another hotly contested race that we are about to witness from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and it's going to be so quick because of the pandemic, because of the virus. Obviously, we expect to vote not later than we're talking about early Feb, and we believe all the processes by 3rd Feb should be actually done. We should be having a new government by that very moment. Quite historical area that we are in here. I could perhaps share with you a few moments we had in here, quite a number of them. Former guild presidents like Comrade Obore Charles, later on having Turija Brian, and then Umal, later to have Ikret. Quite a number of them, very, very impressive. Our days, of course, were very, very hotly. This is the area where GRCs, very powerful, very, very powerful councillors sit, and they can actually screw the cabinet. The front seats that you see belong to the cabinet. The front seats that you see belong to the cabinet. Maybe to again inform you, the processes are like, in case we vote our next guild president at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, he will choose his team to serve in the cabinet, just like we have at the national level. And the seats you saw there will have them clad in their gowns, seated there, and behind should be the GRCs, Guild Representative Councillors. Like I told you, the only unique thing here, we do not have opposition or government side. At the end of the day, these are students. Quite impressive chairs or seats that you could see, and where the electoral commission is seated, that's the space of the guild speaker, who actually controls the house. And all these guys are actually contesting to have themselves steer the mantle of running this space. Now, this is going to be another kind of competition where we do not have a female guild candidate. Maybe to inform you that the last, at least within, yes, in the Tulija Brown race, I don't remember. Well, we had one, I don't remember. Later, Katongore Mike's kind of contestation, we had Comrade Derina taking on or representing female guild presidential candidates. And then later in the race of Umal, we couldn't get actually one, if I could remember very well. But fortunately, the last elections saw a lady come on board, and not surprisingly, of course, but not so usual, we got the female guild presidential presidential candidate voted, and Comrade or Her Excellency Ikret has been the guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite hard times there in the times of COVID-19. Comrade Zodi corrects me and says, no. She is the current guild president. You're right. Ichlet is the current guild president, and we are nominating one of the guys that is going to replace her. But the point was, in this race again, we do not have female guild presidential candidate. I don't know actually what that could be meaning, but it's another yet opportunity to choose the someone who is best suited for this seat. It is, trust me, never easy at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite a number of very many issues. You should join Mbarara University of Science and Technology, by the way. It is the best, I could say, I know. If you met Professor Charles Kazoba, he will be telling you that Mbarara University, for example, maybe, perhaps, is leading in Uganda, because the only beating university in Uganda, our comrades, Makerere University, he believes it's because, well, these guys have been here for long and must only being around for 30 years. And that, of course, brings in a belief that Mbarara University of Science and Technology could actually be the mighty one in the nation. But those reasons, the few reasons I know is that this, at the university, you have cream de la cream, I would say. And when it comes to seriousness, academics, then you're going to be sure you're getting the best. When you go to the medical the medical faculty and the medical courses that are offered at the university, one would still boast and say, yeah, we are the best. But again, if you look at the quality of students, of course, I cannot define quality, but I can authoritatively say we are still the best. And someone who is trying to contest for guild presidency of such a university, then just know we need to give it attention and give it a chance. And that is why HTV is there for you. Sankara Biaruhanga, I have to remind you that this is HTV that is giving you this exclusive coverage. I told you we have Henry behind the production. Very, very pretty young man there, working very, very hard. Behind the camera, we have Comrade Zodi Graphics, who is also, by the way, student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Why wouldn't we anyway? Why wouldn't we do this from MUST? I did IT from MUST. Comrade Tushaberona did engineering at MUST. Almost 90% we have at HTV. The staff we have is all from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. That is the love we have for Succeed We Must, and we call it the Mighty University. Maybe to remind you who just joined us, there is a few kind of issues that the Electoral Commission is considering to actually nominate someone. One of them is that actually you need to have someone who is proposing you, the proposer, one at least to propose you to stand and represent them. And then each faculty could get you at least 10 seconders, if I got that very right. And that was around 60 people, because Mbarara University of Science and Technology has got herself 6 faculties. And trust me, already, as you get nominated, you already have 62 votes. How? Because you yourself, you're going to vote yourself, because they can't allow you if you're not a qualifying voter, because one of them is that you must be a student. So you have that one vote, you have the vote of the proposer and the other seconders. But surprisingly anyway, some people, of course, might actually get lower than 60. Someone could actually second you and you don't get their vote, unfortunately. Though we believe that's how the process is. Now, those are one of the things the Electoral Commission is actually considering to nominate your candidates. The other one is actually academic related. I told you Mbarara University is big. It's big on academics. It's very, very big. Then they have the capacity to test. Actually, if you qualify academically to contest or lead the university, that says they must succeed. So it is another way to affirm that you qualify. And of course, there is a fee, because Electoral Commission has to pay a YIT TV, has to facilitate all these other processes. And this is to make sure that you, the candidate, gets a leveled ground, to make sure that students vote you and you're seated in the next Guru presidential seat. And that's why one of the things they consider is actually the nomination fees that you must actually clear to get nominated. Quite a number of issues, quite a number of them, but trust the Electoral Commission that this is done for the good. Maybe another key important one is that for now, no one can actually come and say, I have billions here, please get me a slot, I want to contest. If you didn't pick the nomination form, then there is no chance for you to stand, whether you're who or who. Maybe also to re-echo that this time we should be having guild presidential candidates that are on tickets of national parties. We saw Comrade Justice Mugeni, who affirms that he subscribes to the National Unity Platform, but also Comrade Beda Witness, who says he subscribes to the National Resistance Movement, NRM. We are yet to receive Comrade Muyanja. I'm told he is independent, but we can only authoritatively report that if he affirms that he is actually in this race as an independent candidate. I have also seen Comrade Kana Kambata posters that indicate or had colors, green colors of UYD. And maybe for your information, UYD recently won at Makerere University business school. Is that okay? Moves. They won. A candidate belonging to UYD won, and we are yet to confirm whether actually Comrade Victor Mugambe subscribes to UYD. That's very unique for this year. Very, very, very unique. We could see what could come from them. I'm being reliably informed that Comrade Victor Mugambe should be able to come in at 1, and that is after us witnessing the nomination of Comrade Muyanja Isaac, another comrade, another fellow that has been around for some time, another fellow that has ever sat in this guild house, and that is Comrade Muyanja Isaac, coming also to tussle it out with these other candidates to represent the students on Mbarara University of Science and Technology. What could be the issues that you want these guys actually to tackle? In case any of them went through, you could use that comment section to drop your comment, and trust me, we should be able to read that. Zodi, you're saying something? Okay, reminding me of our Twitter, please go and tweet with a hashtag MustGuild decides 2022. That's the hashtag we are using. But we're also live on Facebook, and we of course have to apologize. We didn't put for you the live listen option of the www.ayitradio.com. But perhaps, and we're sure, in the coming debates and coming sessions, we should be able to have these live on the www.ayitradio.com. Now, this is to remind you that Ayit TV has its or her primary audience being the university students, and what we do is we do with passion, because we believe that is the future of Ayit TV. Now, Mbarara University of Science and Technology is our other great partner, but also to remind you that in case you should be able to partner with us also and market your business as we live stream these debates, then this is actually your opportunity. The numbers scrolling on your screen should be your go-to area. I'm talking about businesses like you who sells gas cylinders, because university students, of course, use that. In case you're into that business, then you need to actually come, and please, let's partner here with this. To remind you also that the Guild presidential candidate that is nominated today, what that means is that they can now officially go and start campaigning. I have to repeat that whoever gets nominated today now has a chance to use whatever tactic they can use to actually start campaigning. Though, of course, they are guided by the Electoral Commission rules and regulations, because you do not have to attack someone's camp in the name of making yourself popular. But also, we know as the University of Integrity, there is another call of someone placing their posters on the walls, which is actually another prohibition. Maybe also to remind you that there are Guild presidential debates that are coming on board, and we are going to have at least representation or physical kind of debates that are going to be best from campuses that we have. We have the main campus, Chihumro, but also the town campus, and we are supposed to have at least 2 of them from these. And I'm telling you, we should be able to also have open air, but this time virtual, because of the virus that we all know has brought the world to knees. And beyond that, the candidates will have a chance to address the nation or the world via radios. We believe that is going to be coming so soon. And trust me, in all these engagements, in all these debates, Ayit TV is going to be there to live stream them to you, because we believe we are empowering you. Now we're going to take a short break. When we return, I believe we should be having Comrade Muyanja Isaac, whether getting nominated or saying to him that please wait. But for now, we have many reasons, many officials from Mbarara University of Science and Technology explaining to you why MUST is actually unique, and why perhaps you need to talk to your siblings to join Mbarara University of Science and Technology, but also to believe that we are the mighty university. We are coming back.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
Ayit TV, empowering you.
Do you have Uganda at heart? How about buying products made in Uganda by Ugandans from a Ugandan online shop anywhere, anytime?
Introducing GuzaUG.com, a one-stop center for Uganda's locally made products. Buy Uganda, build Uganda.
So a few days ago, You'd join the crowds in the market for your fresh foods. You'd equally brave the risky streets, exposing yourself to the virus.
Cut the hustle. If you're in Mbarara, all your fresh foods can now find you on your doorstep. Download Let's Farm Shop app from Play Store to order now.
I'm Alex Twinomhoes, the Industry and Community Engagement Program Coordinator in the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences at MUST. The Faculty of Business and Management Sciences was established by Mbarara University of Science and Technology in October 2016. As a faculty, we believe that business degrees should include genuine experience of today's business domain for future sustainability. We therefore offer students and who are enrolled in the faculty's degree programs an opportunity to work for a leading farm organization through our industry and community engagement program. Hence, all our programs and supply chain management. Over the years, learning in class without exposing students to practical experience renders theoretical knowledge abstract and obscure. Most industries have often challenged universities in producing graduates that are theoretically adept but have less practical skills. So our industry and community engagement program spans the whole country, and we have partnerships with the leading businesses, development organizations, districts, ministries, and businesses. This is mainly aimed at providing the students with the hands-on real-life experience and career identity in settings similar to those they will be working in upon completion of their training at the university. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've not stopped operating. Our industry and community engagement program has continued, though with challenges, but through our partnerships with the leading organizations, we've adopted two types of internship, the physical and the virtual. For some organizations which offered our students physical internships, we encouraged our students to observe the SOPs, and those which required the students to be vaccinated through our partnership with Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. They got the jabs and they are doing internship physically. Then we have a group where organizations couldn't allow them to do physical internships. They've been able to do it virtually, and as a faculty, we have a strong and committed team of supervisors that is doing both the physical and the virtual internship. In addition to the industry and community engagement program through internships, we have study tours for all the students enrolled in the faculty. I thank you so much for your time. I'm Alex Twinomhoes, the industry and community engagement. I'm Alex Twinomhoes, the industry and
Delphine Komsha, a pharmacy fourth-year student here at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. First of all, it was about the name itself. It's so mind and eye-catching, science and technology. I hope to find here, focused individuals, and I wasn't disappointed. From the day I got here till today, I've not been, disappointed. My colleagues I'm learning with, my course-mates and, people of my faculty and other faculties are really focused individuals. They are focused and they know what brought them to the university from day one to the day last.
My name is Alinda Ingrid, a student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, doing a course in petroleum engineering and environmental management. and I'm currently in my final year. And I love why I came to MUST. Yeah, MUST is that university whereby you cannot remain the same when you come, because there is a certain quality of students. And being that petroleum engineering was a pioneering course, I'm so glad that I'm among the pioneers of petroleum engineering, and I know that out there jobs are waiting for us because they have laid a good foundation for us as petroleum engineers, and we are so expectant for whatever is outside there. Our lecturers have engaged us in a lot of things, fieldwork studies, and a lot of information has been given to us. I personally, as a petroleum engineer, have gained a lot, and we have laboratories, we have studios, we have gone to field trips which have really engaged us, and we have equipment that you cannot find elsewhere, and we are so honored. We feel blessed that we are in MUST, and you can never find this elsewhere. We are at international level, and we thank you so much, the administration of FAST, the administration of Mbarara University. We are forever grateful.
Okay, my name is Efrata Shuro. I am a second year clinical pharmacy here at
Okay, thank you who is watching, and those were reasons you need to consider joining Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Hey, I should be able to tell you, Muyanja Isaac, TMI, he is actually heading to the nomination center in style. I'm telling you, he is joining the nomination center in style. Vuvuzelas, I told you, that's the gentleman. The man you see on the screen is the guy. He is the guy. Muyanja Isaac, of course, as any other leader, tries to tell them that yes, thank you for the support, though in here is the room of questions, and he enters like that. He enters like that in style. I'm telling you, quite a number of fans or supporters out there. He enters just like that. I'm telling you, this is what it means. This is what it actually means if you are contesting for Guild Presidency of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite a number of supporters that comes with, and he enters the nomination center in style. I'm telling you, vuvuzelas, not AFCON, not anything else, but the man to watch, and someone in the background shouts and says, and technology is the thing. You need to hear this.
So, gentlemen and ladies, we have been told that we can now enter in there, have a feel of what it means to be nominated as president. We shall all get in there, take the pews, and they'll take us through the process of what it means to be nominated as president. So, a trailblazer, oi! A trailblazer, oi! We get.
I'm telling you, that is the system. That is how it gets to be. Look at him, please. Look at him. Look at the support. I'm telling you, this is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and this is what happens if you want to get the biggest seat at the university. That is what it means. I'm telling you, we are still coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. It is the PLT, where we are nominating the next Guild presidential candidates of this same university. Sorry about that, but it never lasts with the YIT TV. It never lasts. We are back, fully back in action. Now we can't take any other chances. Comrade Isaac Muyanja still got himself a few minutes remaining, and we cannot be the reason as to why we delay me and you witnessing this another historical moment of having another Guild presidential candidate getting nominated. Just like we've been doing it, we are going to have Comrade Isaac Muyanja move forward to the Electoral Commission table, and for not any other reason but to get nominated and become the third man in the race, because we already have NUP's Justice Mugeni, we already have Comrade Beda Witness nominated, and the next gentleman that joins the race should be Isaac Muyanja. Will the Electoral Commission actually allow that, or will he be told to wait a bit? But I am so certain he is. The gentleman, just like the supporters shouted a few moments ago, he is the man in a tie that is branded Mbarara University of Science and Technology with colors of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, particularly green. And I'm telling you, this is the moment we've been waiting for. I told you that we are going to be getting this done and uncovered for you. Anything covered will be uncovered for you live. Now, that is the gentleman before the Electoral Commission. They say, please, we need to be sure you qualify to represent the students of the mighty university. Comrade Isaac Muyanja got himself some history, very, very big, very resilient history that follows the gentleman. He does medicine year 5, and I'm telling you, he is been around for some time. He understands these challenges that students are actually facing. One unique word, or one unique one in his history at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, once became a GRC in the guild government of Katongore Mike, but unlike the controversial ending of the cabinet of the government, Comrade Isaac Muyanja, when he realized things were actually not done the right way, he chose to resign, and he said, I can no longer be part of this. At that time, he called it mayhem, and he resigned his position. And here he comes to serve, to put things right. Shall the Electoral Commission actually grant him that chance, or kwaheri? But this is what we are about to witness, and this is AIT TV. Okay, you got to hang in there. You who is watching a TV, you got to be a little bit, patient. It's quite a process. The Electoral Commission has to make sure that one who wants to stand for guild president actually deserves to lead the students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Comrade Isaac Muyanja there, TMI, trying to interface with the Electoral Commission. And I'm trying to tell you that this is the process perhaps we need to trust, because no one goes through that is not supposed to do so. Now, thank you very much. We are saying Ruhangabaho Riddickson, thank you. You say we thank you for your service and we thank you for watching. Kadema Gilbert, thank you. You say, oh God, no. I'm going to say that. But it involves to vote someone and then OCDK. Yeah, thank you very much. Masadeka Stephen, we are very, very happy to have you on board. And it is always very important to have you. Shadrach, James Miller, quite a number of them following Kamumpa, Doreen. We are very, very, very glad. Isaac Muyanja kind of nears the big man on the table. Isaac Muyanja apparently nears the big man on the table, and that is the chairperson Electoral Commission, who we believe is the final man on this. We believe he is the final man on this. Will he say, please go on and contest? Or will he say, you are lacking? But certainly, before you reach that gentleman, you go through a lot. And we believe, now that he's there, we should be preparing our sounds. We should be preparing to have the gentleman on the ballot paper of Guild presidential race 2022. I told you, he has quite a big history behind him. He's been at the university so far, not like anyone else in the race. He's been here. He's in his 5th year doing medicine and has served in the Guild of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Quite a number of other associations, I think including Medical Association. Isaac Muyanja has taken part in the leadership in all these. But what is so unique and what went down in history of him is that in the Guild cabinet, in the Guild government of Comrade Katongore Mike, the controversial government, anyway, had Isaac Muyanja as a GRC, and when he actually spotted things were not done right, he asked the then Guild speaker to actually resign from the Guild Council because he believed what was being done was not representing his values. And now here he comes. He says he wants to put things right. He has seen it all. He says he is ready to take on the mantle. And there he signs. There he signs. I'm telling you, that cannot be done if you're not through. We can only wait for the official declaration of the chairperson Electoral Commission. However, we can authoritatively say that he is close to getting this by the look of things. Like I said, we can only wait for the chairperson Electoral Commission to declare him a candidate or not. Isaac Muyanja for you becomes the 3rd Guild presidential candidate to be vetted. The first 2 were nominated successfully. Shall it be the same case for the gentleman as the team referred to him? If you look at the tie, I am so sure we will get a chance to zoom in for you. The tie is actually branded Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So does a man who actually has been around to understand that the university is the maker of him, and that succeed we must. Shall we succeed with him, or he could wait for another time. Isaac Muyanja finally says, I'm done with signing. Now, Chair EC, perhaps over there, stamps it, and we believe, just like coming in a few minutes, shall we have Isaac Muyanja on the ballot paper? Quite a final say there, quite some advice there. I believe that should be about conducting the next campaigns. I don't know. Over to you, the chairperson, Electoral Commission. Shall we have Isaac Muyanja on the ballot paper or not?
Thank you very much, AETV. As the Electoral Commission, we have reviewed every document of Mr. Muyanja Isaac, and he matches the criteria to be pronounced as a duly nominated candidate for Guild President, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Yes, over there, the team claps, and this side, Isaac Muyanja is receiving the what affirms, the letter that affirms he has been duly nominated to contest for Guild Presidency of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Shall we see him go through? It's another question that can only be answered by the students of the mighty university, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We are going to polls there. He shakes and he says, oh yeah. Muyanja Isaac, thank you very much and congratulations. Of course, the viewer would wish to have or share joy with you after you getting nominated. And later, my colleague Bridget should be going to support us to understand why we should actually support Muyanja. You could have yourself a seat. We are very, very, very happy. We meet finally. Yes, don't worry about the violence. Yes, say hi to the viewer.
All our esteemed viewers of ATV, empowering youth in technology, it's my sincere pleasure and gratitude to have you viewing us this afternoon. Our team has been nominated and we are in the race. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for everything. And this is just the beginning. Wait for more.
Okay. He says, wait for more, and this is just the beginning. The team refers to you as the gentleman. Are you comfortable with that?
The team refers to me as Total Man. The team refers to me as the Trailblazer. The team refers to me as Muyanja Isaac. The gentleman maybe is a moniker by a group of people, but the team refers to me as Total Man, the Trailblazer.
Okay, now we are going to put that right. He is Total Man. And I'm telling you, he comes with that energy. We refer total to energy, and trust me, the guy comes with energy. Well, quite, I don't know where to start, but we still have a lot of opportunities for you to talk to these people. First of all, you could share the joy of getting nominated. What does that mean for you? Are you entering into a competition, or it's a chance for you to actually contest and get a chance to serve the student of MUST?
Well, I'll choose the latter, because this is not something beginning now. This is something that has been on for 4 years now. This is a conviction that we have always faced as students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And now is an opportunity for us to be there. Now is an opportunity for us to make a statement. And we are going to be that generation of students that everybody else is going to look at, and they'll always remember us for something. And now is the time, now is the moment for us to achieve that kind of feat that we are trying to put in place. Thank you so much.
Wow, 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 wow. What I can authoritatively say now is that we so far have someone who can actually articulate stuff. I'm telling you. Of course, that will be, of course, interesting. A quick one also, if one is to look at a top-notch or quietly a snippet of your manifesto, what is or what are these key few things that you believe MUST Guild President And if the students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology chose to give you that chance, of course, you'll be the next guild president. My question is, of course, what has always puzzled me, does today's nomination actually have some dots that connects back to when you resigned from this very house?
Thank you so much. The house he's talking about is the house of 2018-2019. Something unique about today's interaction is one person then was GRC Secretary Faculty of Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery. Another person then was the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. And is the gentleman asking me these questions. So today, I stand here to say that the reasons why we resigned then is because whatever was happening was indifferent with the conviction of the students then. Whatever was happening then was something that we had time and again tried to resolve. But persistently and perpetually, the men in office then failed to see what we were seeing. We were always in running battles. We were always at a time when people were not delivering what they had to deliver, and we had to make a statement. A statement that was a seed that we buried then. Today, the plant stands before you seeking for guild president because it has germinated over the past 4 years. And here I am as Muyanja Isaac. And I'm making a statement that whoever, I say it again the third time, whoever will be put in any office and will fail to deliver to the expectation of the students, to the expectation of our creed as students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. The exit was determined 4 years ago. You leave the house.
Wow. 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 I'm telling you, this is what differentiates us from any other university. We are just that good. Now, thank you very much. This has been very, very, very important. And I'm telling you, the spirit that you carry, perhaps the university student over there watching, this is what we want. I'm telling you, obviously, that is what we should be able to go for. Otherwise, thank you very much. It is always going to be something pretty to have gentlemen that stand with spirit. Once again, perhaps we need someone to zoom in this tie. Trust me, someone needs to zoom in this tie. I'm telling you, someone needs to zoom this tie. And this is what I call spirit. This is what I call Wakanda kind of doing stuff. Thank you very much. It's creed. You call it creed.
Creed.
Oh, okay.
What is our creed?
Wow.
Thank you.
And I get to learn that also, but thank you very much. Of course, we from us, we say, may the best candidate, of course, go through. But this is actually some right spirit. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so yes, and yes, I think yes. Sorry about that. So we need to show the audience what is happening in the background. Please. That is what you are talking about. That is what you are talking about. That is what you are talking about. That is what we are talking about. Now, my colleague, Comrade Bridget, is going to be engaging these supporters to understand why we need to vote Isaac Muyanja for Guild Presidency of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Bridget, you are on the floor.
Thank you so much, Sankara, my co-host. And I am speechless because Mr. Toto Man, this makes me so speechless. And then the power and the energy that the team is giving you, oh my God, we wish for the best. The guy was very articulate, but then still I would like to hear from the fans, from the people on his team, what they have to say. Why do you think that Muyanja Isaac is the best? If at all you don't mind, you can just have your seats again and you just share some of your ideas, some of your thoughts. Why did you choose Muyanja Isaac and why do you think he's the best candidate?
Thank you so much. with Team Isaac, we actually had to be with him because we saw he has the strategies we guys need. So we are ready to support him, and whatever he said in his manifesto shall come true.
Oh, that's so good. Some other person to tell us about why they think that Isaac is the best candidate.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, the ones I know, I will vote Isaac because he's the most person who will grow, who will claim the glory of must. He is able to do each and everything that will be lacking or has been lacking in must. Mr. Isaac.
All right, you can pass it on to another.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, please.
I'm Crescent Dembe from the Faculty of Business and Management Science. The main reason I'm voting Muyanja Isaac, there has been no difference at must, and we're waiting to see the difference.
All right. I think you can now pass it on to the ladies. You can pass it on to the ladies. You have something to say?
I have something to say. First and foremost, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to first congratulate our candidate, Muyanja Isaac, upon accomplishing this. It's not always easy. Well, my name is Dennis Arichizan. I'm from the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. During this season, the season of elections, most of us, the students or the other people, the eligible voters, always vote because maybe they are driven by bandwagon. But we, the Muyanja team, vote because we know the person we are dealing with. You, the viewers, are lucky to have had a chance to listen to Muyanja Isaac. He's the total man. He has it all. And
all right, thank you so much. Please, you can pass it on to the ladies, and then they share their thoughts. Why do you think Muyanja Isaac is the best candidate for Guild presidency?
Yes, picking it up from the previous speakers, Muyanja Isaac is indeed the man that needs to be leading this university. For the 3 years I've been here, I have seen his heart for the students, and I don't think that there is any other person that I know is truly dedicated to ensuring that the students' needs, the students' views, the students' voice, the students' engagement, and students' welfare is attained to and attended to more than Isaac has. He has been here for 5 years. He has seen different governments, and he has witnessed various mistakes. And we are convinced as his team that he has a plan to solve those things.
Wow. One more? One more lady? Why do you think Muyanja Isaac?
I'm from the Faculty of Medicine. Muyanja Isaac is a very confident man, as we've all seen that. And I've been here for a short while because I'm in my second year. And I've seen him serve. Basically, I've seen him serve in our chaplaincy of Corpus Christi. And he's a very committed man. He's a man of his word. That I can assure you. He's a man of his word, and as my colleague said, he has the heart of the students. He loves the people. So I believe he can lead them.
All right. Thank you so much. So Team Total Man, thank you so much for coming along with the man himself. So you can help us just as we continue with the celebration just outside there so that we can go and take some other recording outside as you are celebrating the candidate, the tribalizer.
Okay.
But thank you so much for coming up.
Yes, I'm telling you, that is what it means. That's what it means with Mbarara University of Science and Technology. It's always how to be hold. It has always been hold. It's okay.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decides 2022. Don't miss the exclusive coverage of this yet another historical election. Only on
AIT TV, empowering you.
So a few days ago, you joined the crowds in the market for your fresh foods. You'd equally brave the risky streets, exposing yourself to the virus.
Cut the hustle. If you're in Mbarara, all your fresh foods can now find you on your doorstep. Download Let's Farm Shop app from Play Store to order now.
While at Mbarara University of Science and Technology for my bachelor's and master's program, we received an all-round training, and this training empowered us to be resilient and persistent in whatever we were doing. And also the broad perspective of science and the different fields of application of physics that were taught and we learned were a good foundation to our current status, and particularly for my case. So today I stand out as the first female with a PhD in astrophysics that was obtained in Uganda, if not in East Africa as a whole. And I'm proud to have joined Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
So I'm Dr. Juliet Mwanga. I'm PA, Associate Professor of Pediatrics and Child Health at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, as well as the Director of Epicenter Research Center in Mbarara. I am an alumnus, a proud alumnus of MAS. Actually, we were the first group in the first intake in 1989. We were, I think, only 40 students. But it worked out our advantage because we were few, and a lot of attention was paid to us, really. And that was very important to make us what we are today. So we have grown up together, working together. Wherever everyone is, we know where every other person is. Okay, so in our life, we have seen two vice chancellors at Mbarara University. The first vice chancellor was Professor Frederick Kayanja, brought us up, you know, and made us doctors, and put in us certain principles that have supported us, you know, to grow. The current vice chancellor
Pretty very well, you who is watching HTV. That is our final candidate of the day, Comrade Victor Mugambe. Comrade Victor Mugambe over there. And he enters the room just like in style. Bridget, that is your time. Comrade Victor Mugambe enters in style, and that is what you see. Sorry about that. We should be able to clear again. It doesn't last with the HTV. That doesn't last. And maybe to again inform you, Bridget, we could perhaps what so far you make from this kind of a process. Last year, I'm thinking you could have missed this. Did you sort of go through the same with Comrade Ichulet?
Last year, we did go through the same process. Came in here with our own vibe, and then our candidate was fully nominated,
Yes.
and we had to leave. Ready for the work, ready. We are ready.
Okay, well, it is another serious gentleman there, the one you see on your screen, and we've been waiting for this gentleman. It's another beautiful opportunity to see that gallant men are actually coming up to represent the fellow students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Comrade Victor Mugambe is finally the man that we should be able to get sure that he is allowed either to contest or not. But certainly he is allowed to contest. I'm telling you.
And yes, Victor Mugambe Kana Kambata, right?
Quite a beautiful name, by the way. Yeah.
Such a beautiful name.
Yeah.
I would like to I would like to know why he used that slogan. I really want to know why.
certainly we should be able to get his slogan. But while I understand the literal meaning of the other meaning is actually someone who has hustled through, someone resilient. What if you go back to the dark theology is that, well, the mother is, the care you receive as a chicken or hen is not as the same you get as a chick of duck. I don't know what they are called. But that is, we have heard songs of Eddie Kenzo say, Karikana Kambata, Katekamanyi Chekanaria, and that is actually to mean the hustle that someone actually got to go through. And usually such members, such individuals only represent the resilience that they carry, the zeal that comes with that. And trust me, but anyway, that is to me. We should be able to get to understand. And I'm telling you, we are so many that are thinking like that. So we should be able to get a chance to hear from him to explain actually the meaning of this.
I've listened to this man talk.
Yes.
Because sometimes on TV
yes.
and even to the people sometimes I just get to see on people's status as he's talking. He is a resilient man. And him coming out for this verse, he has a vision.
Wow.
I've heard him talk about the students' issues. He has a vision for this. And I can't wait for him to share what he has, the package that he has for the students out there, because people are counting on him. One thing I can say that he is a very brilliant, smart man, coming out of the faculty, 2 people from the first faculty to come and compete. This is something very smart because at this time we have very few candidates that have come out for the game, but we can't wait for what he has to say as the other team members also come in.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, that is the supporters, and I'm telling you, is another beautiful moment. Like I told you, before you actually qualify to get nominated, you go through quite a number of processes. But you to qualify, actually to get nominated already, is that you have you have trust of students, because remember, you have someone who proposed you, you have 10 people that are seconding you. So the moment you see someone on this table, then you know that person is actually not a joke, because that would mean there are already people that endorsed that gentleman. Quite another impressive story behind the gentleman that is all over, and we believe he is ready to put up some very, very worth race within this coming race. Maybe another unique one that we should be able to get from Comrade Victor Mugambe is the party issue. Well, is he independent? What is his belief on the national at the national level? We have seen Comrade Justice Mugeni representing the National Unity Platform, and Comrade Witness Beda saying he is for the National Resistance Movement NRM, and Comrade Isaac Muyanja saying, no, I am independent. What could be the case for Comrade Victor Mugambe while he prepares to put up a very, very strong race? And now, also coming back to Mbarara University of Science and Technology and the strength that we talk about, this is to also remind you that the campus, the town campus that we know, also sent 2 candidates, but also the Chihumuro campus, as is popularly known, is going to see 2 comrades also come from that side. And trust me, at the end of the day, this is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and it's not ever about the faculty or course or something like that. It is about someone's strength, someone's capability of serving. Now we should be able to head to the table of the Electoral Commission to hear from them so soon whether or not Comrade Victor Mugambe will appear on the next ballot paper. Of course, you just have to hang in there. I told you, it's never easy to get nominated, and in case you ever get to get, nominated for this very race, then you are actually worthy. And it's again back to students. In case you just joined us, it is a TV that you're watching, Sankara Byaruhanga. I am the one on the mic, quite a beautiful team behind the camera. We have Zodi Graphics, and on the production, we have the youngest producer around, Henry Kagaba. We are coming to you live from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, where we're doing, nominations of Guild presidential candidates for the same university this very time. The Kisanja of 2022, the post-COVID term, and that is what we are talking about. So far, 3, we are sure, authoritatively we could report that 3 candidates so far have been nominated, and they will appear on the they will appear on the ballot paper. We are talking about the likes of Honorable or Comrade Beda Witness, but also the likes of Isaac Muyanja, and also the likes of Justice Mugeni. All these gentlemen coming on the ballot paper. Like I told you earlier, the unique thing of this race is that we do not have any female Guild presidential candidate, just like it was last year. Comrade Victor Mugambe over there signing, and I told you, when you see that, usually we are close to getting to the ballot paper. The gentleman is actually signing, and trust me, this is another opportunity perhaps of having another name on the ballot paper, but this can only be confirmed by the Electoral Commission chairperson, who will finally declare whether the gentleman is nominated or not. Also to note, he has quite a number of serious teammates that came along with him. Of course, later we should be able to interview a bit or engage with them why perhaps they should be thinking what the next Guild president is. Will Victor actually become victorious in this? And this is what we are about to watch. I have talked and engaged with a few students so far, and they promised me that Comrade Victor is another guy that very well articulates matters. We are about to see that quite a number of students saying he is another guy to watch in the race, because he is actually there. That can only be confirmed in the next Guild presidential debates that we are going to be streaming live to you. And again, this depends only if the chairperson, Electoral Commission, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, affirms that Comrade Victor Mugambe is going to be on the ballot paper. Quite a beautiful race over here that we're about to see. Quite a beautiful one, I'm telling you. All gentlemen that we have had so far are really men that we believe could actually represent very well the picture of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And here comes a man who very many people report that he is another bad news. He is another big guy that one actually needs to watch. When it comes to articulation of matters, this is what actually matters, because the Guild president, for the case of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, represents students on the university council. Trust me, you got to be very, very good articulating issues that actually matter students. And that is why we are always interested in having someone that can actually articulate issues. Comrade Victor Mugambe there, quite impressive. And he is, I can see his student ID, no doubts about that. We are about to get a full package of him. I'm telling you, this is another moment that you should actually not want to miss. But why Why would someone actually choose to contest for guild presidency of Mbarara University of Science and Technology? Quite a number of privileges, but also a chance to serve over 3,000 students of a university that is ranked second in the nation. Quite impressive and never, ever a joke. The team trying to work very, very, very hard to make sure the candidate is through. And trust me, from what we already hear, Comrade Victor Mugambe has from day one been supported by his members, his team. Trust me, the class, his very, very class students, quite an impressive support that they have carried from the day he declared that he would actually take part in this race. It is a race of men that I'm telling you we need to actually follow very, very well. We should be able to come back to see whether Comrade Victor Muyanja gets through. Quite a verification process there. That is not a joke for men that we represent, garant ladies and gentlemen of the university that is ranked second in the country. But actually, when you meet Professor Charles Kazoba, he will tell you, no, this university actually could be number one in Uganda because the other rivals, the other number one, as the Web Metrics puts it, is Makerere University of Science, Makerere University, that has been there for some good time. And he says, had must actually begun at the same time, then we should be untouchable. And this is to remind you that Mbarara University of Science and Technology has been here for 30 plus years. And we are about to vote a guild president also. That is around 30 something. I should be able to get that correct very, very, very soon. Very smart here, Comrade Victor Mugambe. As they often say, they say he is a man to watch because he's good at articulating issues, and they say they have seen him work. Another opportunity to affirm whether actually what students carry as beliefs is the next kind of issues that one could consider to actually vote one in the biggest seat of the university. Right there, told you the Electoral Commission is another serious body that we have this season. It's not a joke there. You have to actually qualify to represent students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and this is what we are actually trying to affirm. Shall it be that, or shall it be this? This is what we are about to confirm. To also remind you that immediately once one is nominated, then that is their chance to officially start campaigning and, garner for votes. And whoever has the strongest message, whoever has the strongest reasons for people to believe in him or her, then that should be the next guild president of this mighty university. Quite a number of course, reasons, but also the Electoral Commission has organized a leveled ground. And to remind you that we are going to have very many activities that give a chance to a candidate to actually show that they are, capable of actually going through and leading them to the expectations. Trust me, we're going to be having guild presidential debates that are coming all through. We'll have one at the town campus and the other in Chihumuro later. Also have the open air, which is also going to be kind of virtual, but also another opportunity to give you a chance to know whether your candidate actually should be voted the next guild president or not. But also, we will have radio shows, and I believe on such a radio show, your candidate is talking to the nation, and you need to know whether they are going to be your president or not. Maybe to remind you that quite a number of reasons why one could vote someone, very many, it comes back to you, though the student cause, of course, coming at the forefront. Finally, I would say that the papers are before the big man. The papers of Comrade Victor Mugambe are before the big man on the table, and that's the Electoral Commission chairman. And there goes Comrade Mugambe Victor there. He signed. Comrade Mugambe Victor, he signs. Victorious handwriting over there. I'm telling you, very, very victorious handwriting there. And he signs, he says, oh yeah, I'm here. I'm up for the challenge. He says he's up for the challenge. Will the Electoral Commission chair actually affirm and say, yes, go and contest? Shall we see that actually happen? Quite there, quite there. And this is what we always have to talk about and regard the best opportunity for someone who is seeking to be the next guild president of such a university. Signing there, of course, trust me, these guys have had a lot of signing, including rules and regulations of how they are going to conduct their campaigns, because it involves quite a lot. Are you going to conflict with your fellow contestants? The chairperson there holds the papers. What is the news? He signs. The chairperson Electoral Commission signs. What does that mean? Is it to say that you do not qualify, or is it to say that you qualify? And he puts that stamp. He puts that powerful stamp. And shall it mean that Comrade Victor Mugambe will join the race, or it's another news? You and me can only wait. But from the look of the things, from the shake of the head, this is another victory for Victor. And I'm telling you, we can only wait for another massive victory. Shall that happen, we hand over to the chairperson, Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sankala from ATV. We appreciate and commend your work for today. We have just nominated the last guild presidential candidate of today. And as the chairperson Electoral Commission, I announce Mr. Mugambe Victor as the duly nominated candidate for the guild presidency of Mbarara University of Science and Technology 2022. Congratulations, Mr. Mugambe Victor.
Yes, over there. And there he comes. There he comes. Authoritative and very smart. He says, here I come. Here I come. That is Victor with a victorious face over there. And the moves, trust me, but this will involve some caution. You're about to go for these elections, or you campaigning. Shall you do it as we expect Chair Isi there trying to actually advise the duly nominated candidate for presidential race of 2022 at Mbarara University of Science and Technology? We are talking about no one else but Victor Mugambe. And I'm telling you, quite another name that comes on the ballot paper. This is another chance for a must student to select from these four men. We can authoritatively say that the next guild president is, of course, either Victor Mugambe or someone else. Wow, thank you very much. There are people watching us, and there are students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. First, say hi to them.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Hello guys. This is Mugambe Victor speaking, aka Kana Kambata. We are here and I'm pleased to know that you are watching and giving us your eyes and your time. Let's hope we shall deliver, and we believe we shall deliver. Thank you.
Wow, there, Kana Kambata. We are going to start from there. Quite a number of students have different definitions of that. Why are you Kana Kambata?
Now, Kana Kambata is just a Luganda proverb which continues as Kana Kambata Keta Kulira. It is, in essence, saying we as students, we have to work for our own selves. We as students have to come out and show that we can do these things in our own way. And that's why these things which affect us, I decided to come and work on them myself. Because these issues, and the reason why I'm here, it's because I want to work on these issues myself. You get the idea?
Yes.
Because we believe if you just let it for somebody else who does not understand exactly what you are going through, then there is no way they can help you work on those issues. So, akana kembata keta kulira mu buli ngeri yonna. Just be aware.
Wow, Kana Kambata keta kulira, and that's why we have him as Victor Mugambe Kana Kambata. Thank you very much. That is quite impressive, and of course, obviously, no one could ever do or work on student issues as if it's not actually students. And thank you very much for that. Now,
maybe to clarify on that. Yes, we are students.
Yes.
But then there are students who are affected more than others.
Yes.
Because of the differences in whatever things that they may have. So it's very possible to have a student who does not work for students because he sees this in a different perspective. I'm not saying that those who have been leading are not students. They are students, but of a different nature from us who are being affected exactly. And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a chance for students that actually suffer. He says those are the guys that need to get to hold the mantle of leading the institution. And he's one of them, and he says, guys, let's move together. That's quite impressive. You could first share the joy of getting nominated. What does it mean to you?
Well, when we started, some people told us, you should not even think about it. And we thought. Others, then after thinking about it, you cannot do anything about it. We started giving out our manifesto and telling people what we want to do. And then they said, of course you won't be nominated. Well, here we are, and we are nominated. And we are telling you, be very scared, be very scared. We have come not to just be here, but we have come to win. Because we believe we are winning for students. We believe we are going to do things which are for us. And that's why we are comfortable. And that's why we are so confident that we are going to win. By all means. And we are here to do this for you people watching, for the mass fraternity, for all students out there. And that's why we are here. And we are saying, after these nominations, the real work starts for a better mast until we get the mast we want.
Okay, quite impressive over there. We have started. You said we won't start. We started. You said we won't get nominated, and today we are nominated. What again can you say? If it's a note, then he assures you we are still going to do it. And here is Comrade Mugambe Victor with such victorious power. By the way, that's quite very, very impressive.
Thank you so much.
In the interest of time, we could look at those few key things you think quickly top your manifesto.
Now, these things have happened even before. But now, like I said, we need somebody to work on them.
Yes.
Some of these few things, there are very many, but let me first mention a few of them. Service providers at MUST. Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Why do we have a system of monopoly at MUST? If you have a system of monopoly of service providers, what happens in most cases is this.
Service providers at the level of the guild or the university?
At the level of the university, at the level of us, for example, the canteens and other people who give us services.
Okay.
Now, what happens is this, is that if it's basic economics. If you have only one person supplying something, the prices will be high. The quality may even be low. So we are saying, why not diversify that? Why not give other people opportunity to come? We are trying to fight those things that people that people think are impossible. But we are going to make sure that we put in our efforts, time, and dedication to assure that. That is number one. Like we have said briefly. Another thing to talk about is the retake policy. The retake policy in general has occurred and reoccurred for years and years. But be more specific, some of the things I'm going to start with, when you said this, people may think you are not serious, but this is very serious. We had online lectures, and we did physical exams. You get it? Now, what happens is that most people in the previous semester, the students did not have enough time to prepare because they were having a different mode of lectures and then different kind of exams which they were not used to. We are saying, instead of giving people retakes in the previous semester, why not have special exams? You realize, Sankara, you know this, that the university can only fail you when it has taught you, isn't it? And that's why there is something called the attendance policy. You can only sit if you have 80% of the attendances, if you have attended the lectures, at least 80%. But for the case of the online lectures that we have, I dare any lecturer, let me look in the camera.
Please.
Let me look in the camera. I want a lecturer to come out with a log and say that the students attended 100% in his lectures. Okay, 95%, 90%. We are saying students were not taught, they were using their own data, others were not even being taught properly. Please, give students a level playground such that we can have special exams instead of retakes. It's very possible. These things are very possible because even the university knows it. That's why it puts such things like the attendance thing. But you did not teach us. And now we are failing. Those are things we are talking about. And it's my number one point. I'm going to work on that, I promise you.
Wow, quite impressive. Of course, a lot is going to be coming in the next debates. But he says he's advocating for the return of supplementary exams because he believes you cannot fail me if you've not taught me. And quite impressive. Very, very valid over there. We believe this is going to be something good for you.
Yes. Another thing to talk about is the residential system. At most, when a student comes, it's him and the hostels where they stay. We want to create a scenario whereby we are having a student, the university, and the hostel owners. We want the university, the guild to be specific, to put up specifications for us, students, for the owners of the hostels and what, such that they are able to do certain things. For example, there's a certain fee they should not go past. These guys are overhyping us. Another thing, there are certain things a hostel should have in order to house mass students. Why should you be a hostel when your toilets are not up standard? No way. We are saying those things should end and they should be put out properly. Yes, that's
Wow.
what I'm talking about.
Quite impressive. He says no way to poor health care of a student, but also the welfare. And trust me, we should be able to prepare for very, very impressive other ways. Comrade Mugambe Victor is prepared to change the whole point at must, and that is to work for students. And I'm telling you, we are so glad to have you in the race. We believe that the best candidate is actually going to win, and trust me, you're one of them.
Not one of them.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the mass fraternity, I am the best candidate you can ever have because I am one of you. I understand exactly what you are going through.
Wow.
And that's why we are coming, and that's why we are doing this.
Wow. He's not one of the best candidates, but he's one of you, the student that is actually suffering and needs that change. One of you, the voters. Very, very impressive. We are going to enjoy this race with you.
Trust me, you will.
Okay. Wow, thank you very much. And that is how we sort of close this. He came up at least with a few of his supporters, of course, and trust me, I should be able to welcome Comrade Bridget, that is going to actually talk to one or two of his supporters, and then this should actually be coming to the end. It's been a very, very impressive morning. Been a very impressive morning, and trust me, this afternoon again, quite impressive. I told you, well, I'm not short. Comrade Mugambe is only too good because he's a candidate of, he wants to be the next guild president of MUST, and this is a true representation of the mighty university. Thank you very much. Over to you, Bridget.
Who is the next guild president of Mbarara University? We have seen different candidates coming along, and now they have been fully nominated. We have closed it with Mugambe Victor. And now I want to ask some of the fans, the supporters, the team that came along with him, to tell us exactly why they feel that Victor is the best candidate for guild presidency. Beginning with you, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Chante Geoffrey Michael, a student of Faculty of Science and Applied Science and Technology. First, I personally seconded Victor for the belief that I have in him. Just like he told you that he has faith in himself. Everything around him may not have been looking to make it possible. But because he had faith in himself, he has come out to come and address the challenges that he feels should be addressed. Therefore, because of that strength, that strong belief in himself, I really want to rally behind him and make sure I make him the next guild president. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Emmanuel Turinawe, a student of Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Yeah, I came in behind Mugambe Victor because I really believe that Victor is the guy who can make it. There is one man, that is King Martin Luther, who said, if a man doesn't know what to live for, he must have died as early as yesterday. Victor is a guy who knows why we live as MUST. Victor is a guy who knows what you are supposed to be having as students of MUST. So that's why I say Mugambe Victor is so down to earth. That's why he's called Kana Kambata, as he explained for you guys. So guys, I call upon you all to come and be right behind Mugambe Victor, Kana Kambata, because he's a guy who is so down to earth, who can make the MUST we want. And I'm strong and I'm confident that we shall make it. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon you all to come and we be Victor, Team Victor, and we are the winners. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. By names, I'm called William Suringa Apollo. I'm a student at Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. I am behind Victor simply because he's a game changer. He's here to neutralize the difference that students have been having. I understand he had a lot of intimidations and a few other things. People down looked at him thinking that he couldn't make it to this end. But I must say to all the students that today we are victorious. Nomination is not a simple thing. It's not an easy thing. And today he has been nominated. It's one victory we've already gotten. And with Victor being in the system with a lot of things he has been telling us, I do believe he's the right guy. He has come from far. He's going far. He has come from us, and he's there for us. When we vote him, he will work for us. He has been talking of policies of the university that needed to be changed. And I think he's the right guy to at least be in that position to help us out. I understand that others could be there, but Victor is a better personnel compared to the rest. I hereby request all of us and the student that we give him our vote. He deserves our vote. It's going to work for us. Most times we've been promised with a lot of manifestos, but at the end of the day, people had different interests. Manifesto is a different thing. Interest is a different thing. But this Mugambe guy is somebody who has his manifestos, he has an interest. The interest is for the student. For the MUST we want. I hereby request all of us again to vote for Mugambe Victor. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our viewers. Thank you so much for keeping it up on AET TV. And then to the Electoral Commission, MUST, we thank you so much. We are grateful. Thank you so much for organizing such a nomination day, and it has been a success. I appreciate everyone who has been there to make this a success. AET team, My co-host Sankara, back to you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Bridget, and that's how we do it at on a YIT TV. I received a comment on Facebook. They're asking Comrade Mugambe Victor, before you leave. We had Justus under NUP, we had Beda under NRM, we have Muyanja who says he's independent. Are you subscribing to any party or political group?
Yes, and it's the UYD. We believe it's something, it's a group, a party, I don't know how to call it, but it just has this energy of students. These are people who know exactly what is happening to the students. And these are people who are nurturing and developing the leaders of tomorrow. And that's why there is so potential. And they said Mugambe Victor can be able to take us forward at Mbarara University of Science and Technology.
Oh.
It's a great party. We have just won at Mbarara University of, Makerere University Business School.
Yes.
Which I congratulate Mr. Chiega, and we believe even at MUST we are winning this.
Okay.
We are winning this, I'm telling you.
That is Mugambe Victor for you. He says he subscribes to Uganda Young Democrats. That is UYD, a youthful and another program that grooms leaders under the political party, the Democratic Party. But trust me, UYD is another big force in the country. Quite very many members of parliament in parliament that have been mentored at UYD. And also, of course, to note that UYD won at MOOBS recently, and they are the force behind Mugambe Victor, and there he comes to chase for the victorious call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sankara.
Okay, yes, please go and garner the votes, please, and we should be able to see you celebrate. Wow. Thank you very much who has been watching. We can now authoritatively say that the Guild elections from Mbarara University of Science and Technology will have 4 men contesting for the big seat. And who is the next Guild president of Mbarara University of Science and Technology? Thus, a question that can be answered by the students of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much. This has been a YIT TV, and we say empowering you. Thanks to the team, Zodi behind the camera. Thanks to Henry, who has been behind the production, and Bridget. And in the interest of time, that is how we are telling you. We should be able to come back in the Guild debates, and you need not to miss this. A YIT TV, we are empowering you.
The times are back. The mighty university is back to polls. Who is the next Guild president of MUST? MUST Guild decide.